Hey there and welcome back to Tube Guruji channel. In this video, we are going to build AI YouTube short video generator application completely from the scratch. This is a full stack SaaS application and which we are going to build starting from setting up the project to deploy our application to production mode. So let's walk through the application and let's see what we are going to build in this particular course. So we have this beautiful landing screen and where user click on get started. With the help of Firebase, we added the Gmail authentication to our application. Once user authenticate, you can navigate to the dashboard which is completely secure and only authorized person can access this dashboard. Here on the left hand side, we have this beautiful side navigation bar with some different options. At the bottom, you can see how many credits left. So also you have option to just close this sidebar or you can open any time as well. Then on this screen you will see all the video which you previously created. Now if you want to create a new video, just click on this create new video and then you will see this beautiful form with the option to select the type of video which you want to build. Let's add the project title, we'll say motivational video. Then you can select the different topic or you have option to add your own topic as well. So I will select this motivational topic from the suggestion. Then you have option to generate the script before moving forward. Now if you see once the script is ready, you have option to select either one of them. So it will generate two scripts for you and you can select the one. Then you have option to select a different style of the image. How cool, right? Now I will select this anime style. On the right hand side, you will see the actual preview how it looks once your video is ready. Now you have option to select different voices as well. Okay. Now we have some Indian voice, the American and many other you can add it. And I'm going to tell you how easily you can add that one. Now we'll select this and then you have option to add a caption style as well. As soon as you select, you will see on the right hand side how it actually look on the screen. Once you select the caption, simply click generate video. And then if you see, it automatically starts generating your video in the background. So with the help of ingest function, we'll keep all our API in the background. So the long running APIs will take care of that one. Automatically, once your video is ready, this screen will automatically get refreshed. You don't need to do anything. So we'll wait to finish generating this video. And boom, if you see, the video is now ready. Now if you click on this video, you will navigate to this preview page where you can able to play this video.
A young woman dreamed of becoming a concert pianist. She practiced relentlessly, facing countless rejections.
How cool. And this complete video is based on anime style images. So it's not only the generating video, but in the background, we'll learn how can we create the captions, how can we create the audio file depends on the selected voice, how can we generate the images related to our script, and how can we combine all this together to generate this video. Now, this is not yet done. Along with generating application, we also gonna learn how can we render this application so that user can download the video. Simply click on export to download. It will open a new tab with your video and then at the bottom you have option to download this video as well. How cool. Once you download this video, then you can share this video on social media like YouTube, Instagram or TikTok. How easy it is, right? Then once you use your credits, you will see your credits will update automatically. You have option to add more credits by going to this billing option and here you will see all your credits, how many left. Then if you want to add more credits, just click on how many credits you want. With the help of PayPal payment gateway, we added the gateway so that you can make a payment and we converted this application completely to a SaaS application. And how easily we can add this payment gateway, that also we are going to learn in this particular video. Inside this Explore tab, you will see all the video which also other user generated so that you can get the idea, you will get the idea about how can we generate the video, how can we get the styles, what type of voice we need to select. Everything you can learn inside the Explore tab by viewing the other users video as well. Next, the most important thing, that almost all the sources or whatever the services which we are going to use to build this application is completely free. And for that one, I will definitely suggest you to go to this aigurulab.tech. On this platform, you will get the image generation and text to speech API for free. Okay, so you can use that one, and all the sources which I am going to tell you to build this application is free to use. Next, if you want to get the exclusive course access and the source code, you can go to the tubegurji.com. The link is in the description. Here you will find the source code, courses, and you need to join the membership, so you will get the access for all together. How cool, right? At the end of this particular course, we are going to deploy our application to a production, starting from our front-end application, the database, along with the ingest function, so that you can put this application to a production and start earning money. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop video generation application with the help of AI. In order to develop the React application, we are going to use a Next.js. Next.js is a React framework to develop the web application, and it provides a lot of different features which help us to build our application much faster. It supports an built-in optimization, the client and server-side rendering, and most important, the folder-based routing. Now, if you are new to the Next.js, so don't worry, because I'm going to teach you how to create and work with the Next.js application. So if you see, this is the command in order to use it, in order to create the Next.js application. And open a folder where you want to create a project, and open a terminal at that folder. Simply, you need to write npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js application, which is version 15. Then you need to provide the project name. Here we'll give AI YouTube short video generator. Then would you like to use TypeScript? We'll say no, and ESLint say no. For Tailwind CSS, say yes, because we want to use Tailwind CSS, and this command will take care of installing the Tailwind CSS for us. We don't want source directory, and obviously the app router, which is quite important, so we want that one. The turbo pack no, and import allies say no. Now if you see, it will install some dependency like React, React DOM, Next.js, and some dev dependency as well. Once your project build creation is complete, you will see this success message, and simply open the VS Code. Inside the VS Code, just open the folder or project which you just created. So in my case, it is in the project Next.js, and this project I will open inside the VS Code. Here say I trust the author, and then you will see some of the files and folders which is inside your project. Let's walk through each file one by one, then we will run our application. If you see, we have this app folder, which is very important folder where we are going to write all our code, all our routes, components, etc. Inside this app folder, we have this globals.css file, which contain the CSS styling which is applied globally or throughout the application. Then we have layout.js file, which contain the HTML body tag, the metadata, which is quite important for SEO purpose, and this is the root layout of your application. In the Next.js, you have at least one layout file called root layout, and inside that your application is going to render all the pages are going to render through these children. Then we have the default page, which is page.js. Now when we run the application, you will see this page is going to render on the screen by default. Then we have node module folder, which contain whatever the packages library we install, right? So that packages which is inside this node module. we are not going to touch this particular folder at any time. Then we have the public folder, which contain all the local images, fonts, or whatever the file you want to use from your application from locally to the to your application, which you can put it inside this public folder. Then we have this next.config.js file, which contain the configuration related to the Next.js. Then we have package lock and package.json file, which contain the name, version of your application, the script to run, to build your application, and the dependency which is installed inside your application. So if you see, it contains some dependency along with their version. And then we have tailwind.config.js file, which contains the configuration related to the Tailwind CSS. Now, before running your application inside the package.json, make sure to update this package from the React or React DOM version from 19 to 18. Recently, React released the 19 version, but some of the library is not yet supported to this version. So we are just updating to the 18. And here we'll say npm install, because we updated our dependency. So we have to make sure that dependency version is updated throughout our application. After this, you need to type npm run dev inside the terminal, and it will run your application. Now, in order to open a terminal, simply go to the terminal and say click new terminal. Okay, so it will open the terminal inside your VS Code only. Now, if you see, our application is running on the port localhost 3000. So let's open that port. So here we say localhost 3000, and then you will see your application is now running, and this is the default page of your application. Now let me show you. If I go to this app folder and inside the page.js file, which contains the default code, and this is nothing but the default page of your application. Now if I remove everything from here, and if I put simply a div, and inside that, inside the h2 tag, we'll write subscribe to TubeGurji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. As soon as I save it, you will see the text just showing as a subscribe to TubeGurji, right? So that's how you need to create your application, and that's all about the Next.js. Everything, all the functionality is going to work, or whatever the code we are going to write is similar to what we have inside the React. It's just about the folder structure, that's all. Also, Next.js provides the server-side rendering, and by default, all the pages are going to render on the server side. But if you want to make any page which is run on the client side, you can just define use client at the top, which we are going to learn in this particular course as well. Now, before moving to the next part, here you need to install two important extensions. First, just type React ES7 plus React Redux extension, okay, or this particular extension you need to install. So I already have, so it's showing the disable button for me because it's already installed. And the another one is Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay, so whenever you write a Tailwind CSS classes, it will give you the suggestion, and that's why it's very important. Okay, so make sure to install these two extensions for you. Now, next thing we want to install a shared CN, which is a component-based Tailwind CSS UI library. And many developers are using this library. It's quite popular among the dev community. And if you never use, don't worry, because it's quite easy and quite simple to use as well. Now, this library is helpful in order to develop our application much faster by using their pre-existing components. So first thing, let's go to this ui.sharedcn.com, go to the components, and inside that, go to the installation part. Here, select the correct framework. So in this case is Next.js, and this is the command in order to initialize your shared CN. So over here, inside the new terminal, by just clicking this plus sign, it will open the new terminal, and then run this command. After running, it will ask you which style do you want to use. So it has a New York and default. By default, I will select the New York, and the base color. So neutral is kind of black color, so I will select that one. and it will ask you, do you want to use CSS variable? Say yes for it. And boom, if you see, our project is now initialized and the shared CN is ready to use. Now once you install shared CN, you will see a couple of changes. First, the new folder get added called lib, inside that which contain the some util files, okay, about the shared CN, and another file which is the component.json, which contain the configuration related to the shared CN. If you see, we have the style, the configuration and all. And one more important, inside the tailwind.config.mjs file, if you see, now some of the colors variable get added, right? Here we have the card color, primary color, secondary, and so on. If you want to change any of the color, you can just update your color with a hex value, and that's all you need to do. Now let's test this out. So if you scroll down a little bit, or on the left hand side as well, you will see all the list of components. Let's say you want to use button. Just click on that button component. Here you will see the example, how it return. Here we have the CLI command in order to install the button component. Now whenever you want to use any shared CN component, first you need to install that component. So in this case, let's use this button component. So simply I'm going to install this button component, and if you see, it's ready to use. Now once you install this button component, you will see inside we have a new folder called components, and inside this component folder we have again new folder called UI, and inside that we have button.jsx file. Now this is the code which is already added by the shared CN now as we install the button component, right? So if you want to make a change to this button component, you can make it anytime, okay? But obviously we're not gonna make any changes to the existing shared CN components. And in order to use it, just import this button component like this, okay? And if you see, this button component is imported from this component folder only. And here we'll say, let's add a text like subscribe. And if I go back to this application, you will see this button component. How cool, right? And you don't need to add any styling or anything, because shared CN is already taking care of your button. So that's how you can add any different component that we have, like card, calendar, date picker, or any complicated components which you can easily add with the shared CN. Now next, we are going to update the font for our application. Currently it's a default font, okay? And if I go to the layout.js file, you will see this 2 font is applied by default. But if you want to use any of the font, just simply go to the Google Fonts, and inside the Google font you can search any font which you want to use. Now basically I like to use this outfit font, okay? And this is how it looks. Just remember the name and then go back to your application. I will remove both the fonts, and over here from the next/font/Google, you can just add the font name, which is, let's say, outfit, right? Which we just selected from the Google font. Now here you need to initialize that font. So here we'll say constant outfit is equal to outfit. Then inside that you need to add subsets, and then we'll say Latin. Now this outfit font, if you want to use, let me remove all of this line, and inside the body we'll say class name and the outfit dot class name, and that's all you need to do. Once you save it, and if I go back, you will see the now font is changed to the font, the outfit font, okay? And now you don't need to apply it to each individual text or paragraph. It will automatically apply to all the text which we are going to display on our or inside our application. Next, we are going to add a dark theme for our application, and to do that we are going to use a shared CN's theme components. So inside the shared CN we have this option called dark mode, and once you click on that one, select the correct framework. So let's say Next.js, and then you need to install this next theme library, okay? So I will copy this one, go back to your application, and inside the terminal just paste it so that it will install the next theme for you. After that, you need to import this particular components, so which is the theme provider. Now make sure it is on the client side, okay, and obviously we want to keep our layout.js on the server side. So in order to render your children on the client side, right, we can create a new file called provider.js. Inside that, we'll add a default template. Now if I type just RFC, right, which stand for React Functional Export Component, and click enter, you will see I'm getting the default template. That's because we already installed a VS Code extension called ES7 plus React Redux, which I told you initially. So with the help of that particular extension, I'm able to add the template immediately. Now inside here, we are going to render the children, okay, and then inside the layout.js, now just wrap these children inside the provider. So I will just make sure it's a capital P so that we can import, and then I will add these children inside this provider. So obviously on the UI side nothing will get changed, and make sure you will just print this out, okay, all the children you need to render it. After this, just make sure to import this statement as well, and I will make this component on the client side. So I will just type use client. After this, you need to wrap your all the children inside this next theme provider. So over here, I will just wrap this inside this next theme provider, something like this, okay. Now obviously we already installed, so you don't need to do anything. But to this next theme provider, you need to provide these important attributes, okay. So I will copy these attributes. I'm just adding this in a little bit different way, okay. You can even follow the same tutorial like this, but I want to keep it much simple for you. And inside this next theme provider, if you see this default theme, right now it's a system theme. So if your system has dark mode, it will show the dark mode. If your system has a light mode, it will show the light mode. But here we want to use a dark mode throughout. It doesn't matter with the system theme. So I will say dark and save it, and that's all. Now if I go back to our application and refresh the screen, you will see now you are in the dark mode. How cool, right? Now over here you will see we have one error, and it's saying the hydration error. This is because we use the dark theme, right, and we use directly inside the provider by passing to this next theme provider. Now in order to avoid all of this hydration error, simply inside the layout.js, to this HTML you can add this property called suppress hydration warning, and just mark it as a true, okay. And this is the best hack that you will not find anywhere except on the TubeGurji. So make sure to add this hack or suppress hydration warning is equal to true, and now if you see we don't have any more error, and also our application is in the dark mode now. So that's how easily you can update to dark mode. Now another important thing, if you want to add a switch, which user can change from dark to light or light to dark, you can create one variable which you can maintain it, and here you can add this theme color. See, cool, right? So from light to dark, dark to light, it's up to you how you want to handle, but as I say, we are going to use a dark mode throughout the application. Now let's add a landing screen for our application, and on this landing screen we're gonna keep it quite simple, okay. On the top we're gonna show the header, and obviously we are going to change this all of this content, okay. I added this just for the understanding purpose how we're gonna add the landing screen, okay. And later on at the end of this course we're gonna update our landing screen with some pre-existing or edited video, right, on this landing screen, so that user can check that out. So let's go back to our application, and where we have the page.js file, right, which is our default page. So I will just clean this out, and at the top I'm going to show a header, and then after that we are going to show the hero section. Obviously later on, as I told you, we're going to add more details on this landing screen. Now in order to add a header, first we'll create a header component, and for that one I'm going to add a new folder call underscore components. Inside that we'll just say header dot JS, or you can add a JSX, it doesn't matter, okay, and then just add a default template. Now make sure to import this template on the home page, which is the page.js file, which is the default page, right? And once you add it, you will see, let me refresh this, you will see the text header. Okay, let me bring this side by side so you can easily see the change. Now go to the header.jsx, and first thing we want to add on the left hand side is the logo, right? And in order to get the logo, I'm going to use this uilogos.co, which is the one of the best placeholder site, okay, and you can search a lot of different logo. Now I'm going to use this TV kind of icon, right, for that one. So just copy the SVG if you want to use SVG, or you can use the PNG file as well. Once you copy, go to the public folder. Inside this we'll create a logo.svg file and simply paste the SVG code which you copied and then save it. Now after that, once it is ready, you can use that. So here I can write image from the next/image, the source, and inside that you can just access it using /logo.svg. Now you don't need to give a complete path because you already have stored in a public folder, and Next.js will automatically detect that you are trying to access this particular image from the public folder. Here you need to give the alt tag, then the some width, let's say 30, the height, let's say 30, and then save it. And if you see, the logo is showing on the screen. Now I updated logo with just a black and white, so I just kept this white. And after this, if I go to the header, here you can obviously change the height, but before that we'll add one more text, and here we'll say video gen. Okay, you can give any name. For now I just keep this video gen. I will change this height by providing the text is of XL, or maybe you can make it 2XL, and also the font will make it as a bold. Okay, now let's bring everything in one line, and you can change this height as size as well. And for this div we'll say class name as a flex. Okay, let's make item to be in the center and then give gap of, let's say, 3. Perfect. Now make sure to wrap this again in another div because we want to add some more option. Now for the main div, right, main container, you can add a padding to, let's say, 4, and if you want you can add a shadow, let's say medium. Obviously the shadow is not visible because our background is kind of black, right? So that's why. So I will remove that, and then we want to add a button. Now instead of just adding a button, we'll add a div tag, and inside that we'll add a button tag. Now inside the button we'll say get started and then save it. Now we want this button on the right hand side, so simply for this div, first we'll make it as a flex, right, and after that we'll make item to be in the center, and then we'll say justify between, so it will be on the right hand side. And if you see, this is how it will look like. Also depends on the screen size, I'm going to add a padding. So instead of adding to the header, we can go to the layout.js file, or let's do one thing. For this page only we'll add a class name, and when the screen size is medium we'll add padding x to, let's say, 16. On large screen we can add padding x to 24, and XL will add padding x to, let's say, 36. Okay, now if I increase the screen size, you will see now depends on the screen size we have this padding as well. Next thing, as per this mockup, we want to add this particular text. Let me change this color, and if you see, this text we want to add. Right now I'm not going to add some option. Okay, I will keep this empty, but we can later on we can add it. So we'll add a hero section. So inside the underscore component we'll say hero.jsx. We'll create a new component for that, add a default template, and simply inside the page.jsx we'll add hero component. And if you see, the text hero is now showing on the screen. Now let's go to this hero.jsx file. We'll give some padding first, and first let's add a h2 tag, and here we simply say AI YouTube short video generator. Okay, now for this h2 tag we'll add a font bold, text 4XL, make it 5, and here I will just keep it as, okay, let's make it bold only, that's look much better. Perfect. And also I want this text aligned into the center of the screen. Now whatever the content that we are going to show inside the hero, I want to put everything in center of the screen. So here we'll make it flex column, item to be in the center, and justify center. And if I increase the screen size, this is how it will look like, right? Now let's give some margin top. So for this div we'll add, let me bring this down, and here we'll say margin top to, let's say, 24. Okay, and if I increase the screen size, this is how beautiful it will look like. After that we want to add some some tag, okay, something like this for this one. So let's go back to the VS Code, and inside here we'll add a p tag, and inside the p tag I will just paste this line, right? It's just saying AI generate script, images, voiceover in second, create, edit, publish engaging short video with ease. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to make it. And if I save this one, this is how it will look like. Let's add some style. So we'll say margin top to 4, then font, not font but text to XL, and text in the center of the screen, and also I will just make this text gray little bit. Okay, let's add little more. Perfect. Okay, and after that we have these two buttons. Okay, so these two buttons we are going to add. It's up to you. I will just add one button, okay, for now. Let's see. So here we'll add a div. Oops, sorry. We'll add a simple div tag, and inside the div we'll add a button tag. Here we'll say get started. Obviously I will add a class name with a margin top to 7, and I'm going to change the size for this button as large. Okay, so the chat CN also provide the different sizes. You can just pass it like this, and let's add one more button. Okay, and here I will add a variant. Okay, if you want to add an outline button, you can just provide the variant. Now if I go to the button component, right, which is inside the chat CN, so if I go to this components UI and inside the button.jsx, you will see the different variant. Okay, so default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, link, and lot of others. Now if I want to use, let's say, secondary, right, so you can just copy this secondary and you can paste it here and save it. You will see this secondary button. If you want to use as an outline, you can use it as an outline as well. Okay, let's put secondary, it's quite look good, and here we'll give gap, let's say 8. Obviously we'll need to make it flex first, and then we have this gap. Here I will change the name, we'll say explore, and save it. Now if I increase the screen size, we have this beautiful and clean landing screen. Obviously on this particular div, right, I'm going to add some padding depending on the screen size. So first we'll add a padding X to 20, or let's say I will not add it, but on the medium screen size we'll add a padding X to 20. On large we'll add padding X to 36, and extra large padding X to, let's say, 48. Okay, and if I increase the screen size, this is how it will look like. Clean and simple page. Now later on, as I told you, right, I'm going to add more content, and which I'm going to show you at the end of this course, and what content and how you can add it. Now we are going to add an authentication inside our application. Let's consider that user click on the get started button, and if user is new, then obviously our authentication our application will check if user is already authenticated or not. If yes, then we are allowing user to redirect it to the dashboard screen. But if user did not authenticate, then with the help of Gmail authentication and with the help of Firebase, we are going to add a Gmail authentication inside our application, and then after successful sign-in, we are going to redirect user to the dashboard. If user is a new user, then we have to save user information to our database, and for that one, we are going to use a Convex database. But first, let's add an authentication, and so that user can authenticate successfully and we can secure our application from unauthorized user. So simply go to the firebase.google.com, and the main important thing with the Firebase, which is a Google product, again it's quite easy to integrate and it's free to use. If for authentication you can I don't think so they have any pricing for authentication. So if you go to the pricing section, and for authentication it is not applicable for phone or region, I'm not sure, but yeah, it's kind of free only. Okay, so simply go to the console, and inside the console, if you don't have project, create a new one. I already have an existing project, so I will go into that one, and here I'm going to create a new application. So make sure to select the web application, and here give the application name. So here we'll say AI YouTube short video generator, and simply I will say register app, and now it will register your application. Next step, you need to install the Firebase so that you can add authentication. So inside the VS Code terminal, I will install this Firebase, and then you need to copy all of this code, then go back to your application, and inside here, inside the root directory, we will create a new folder. So here I'm going to add a folder, and here we'll say a configs. Now all the configuration which is needed, or it's an outside configuration, will keep inside this folder, and now here we will say Firebase config.jsx file. Simply paste the code which you copied. Now all of these keys, which is important, right? You can just move this key inside this .env.local file. So we'll create a .env.local file. Inside that we'll say next_public, and then we'll say Firebase_API key, and is equal to, and paste this key. Okay. Now make sure whenever you add the environment variable and which you want to use on the client side, then make sure it will start with the next_public, okay, which is very important. Now save this one and copy this environment variable key, and simply in order to use it, you can say process.env and the environment variable name. Same thing you have to do for all of this. Okay, and after that, here you need to add a constant auth is equal to get auth. Okay, and here make sure to provide this app reference. Now also export this authentication so that you can use it. After that, make sure to import this. I will remove this import statement for the get analytics, and here we'll say import get auth from Firebase/auth. Okay, and that's all you need to do, and then save it. Now after initializing the authentication, you can use this to your application. Now let's close all of this tag for now, and simply inside this component folder we'll create a new file called auth, or we'll say authentication.jsx. Okay, so this folder will take care of authentication. So whenever you want to use authentication, you can just import this component, and then you are ready to go, and I will tell you how easily we can integrate it. Now once after Firebase setup is complete, go to the console, and then make sure go to the authentication. Inside the authentication, inside the sign in method, make sure to enable the Google authentication. Okay, here you will automatically populate the project, the support email, okay, everything, and make sure to enable this one. And right now you don't need to add anything except this support email project. I think it will automatically populate. And next thing, at the time of deployment, you have to make sure inside the setting you will add the authorized domain list over here, which I'm going to tell you while deployment in the deployment chapter. But once you enable this authentication, then simply go to the Firebase authentication documentation, because I'm telling you this documentation so that you can refer it at any time. Once you jump on this authentication documentation, go to the web, and here you have option called Google. See, web and Google. Click on this one, and here you have step-by-step guide that how can you add this. Okay, so first thing we will add this provider. So this Google Auth provider. So let's copy and paste it here. Make sure to import this Google Auth provider from the Firebase authentication. After that, just keep this because this is all optional. And over here you have this sign in with pop-up method. Okay, so I will copy this one as well, and I will create a method called constant on sign in click, and inside this method I will paste this code. Now make sure to import this sign in with pop-up. Then you have to import this auth, and if you see, as we exported this auth from the config Firebase so that you can import it. This provider is nothing but the provider which we initialize here, and everything is there. You don't need to update anything, but for the information purpose I will just console the user information. Okay, and over here inside this return I'm going to pass the children. Now whatever the component or whatever the things you going to pass to this authentication, it's going to render inside this div. And for this div I'm just going to add on click method, and we'll call this on signing click method like this, and then save it. This is the simplest way that you can create. Now make sure to keep this as a component so that whenever you need it you can use it, and let me show you how. Now when you add this authentication and pass the children, now go to the header where we have this get started button. I will just wrap this inside this authentication component like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and so over here if you see, we have this on click error, and it's saying that you can use this function only on the client side. So for authentication I will make this component on the client side so that you don't have this error. And make sure in order to make the component on the client side, you just need to add use client at the top and save it. Now if I click get started, so let me refresh this, and now if I click on this one, you will see it asking us to sign in and select the account. How cool, right? And same thing you can do it for this button as well. So let me go to the hero, and inside here make sure to add authentication component and wrap this button inside this authentication and save it. Now even though for this button as well I am able to log in it, and I will select the account. In meantime, so over here if I open the inspect panel, and inside the console you will see the user detail, right, which contain the name of the user, email, and all other user like user ID and lot of other data, the photo URL as well, right? Everything is there. How cool, right? And that's how you can add authentication to your application. Now once you add the authentication to your application, you have to make sure whenever user refresh or come back or jump to any URL, the user is still authenticated to our application, right? And every time if I refresh it, right, obviously I'm not clicking get started button, so that I'm not getting any information. So the question is, how can we implement this particular thing? So simply after authentication inside the provider.js you can check every time, because this provider is going to execute every time whenever you refresh the application. So inside this provider, simply inside the use effect, we'll define a use effect, because this will execute every time whenever you reload your application, and inside that we'll say constant unsubscribe is equal to on auth state change. Now this particular on auth state change method is from the Firebase authentication. Inside that you have to pass the authentication reference, and then you'll get the user information. Now over here we'll say console.log and the user, and at the last we'll say return unsubscribe. Okay, now let's save it and let's test this out. If I go back to the inspect panel and go to the console, if you see, as soon as I refresh it, you will see the user information. Okay, and this user information obviously you can verify. If user don't have data, it means user is not login, otherwise user is login. Okay, now here we'll say if not user, means user is not authenticated, then simply we can add a condition or we can redirect user to the home screen only every time. Okay, so but better we can add this inside the dashboard, actually dashboard layout. So we'll just keep it from here and then save it for now. Now inside the header we want to show the user profile image. Okay, so over here we're gonna show once user is login. So for that one, first we need to save this user information and we want to share it across the components. So for that one, I'm going to use a context context feature. Okay, so context will help us to save the data in a state and then you can use it across the component. So let me add a new folder over here and we'll add it as a context. Inside this context, we'll create a new file and we'll call it as a auth context.jsx, and simply here we'll say export constant auth context is equal to create context. Okay, now make sure it is importing from the React and then save it. Now once you create this context, you need to wrap your application inside this context. So over here we say auth context dot provider. Okay, and to this provider we need to provide the default state or default value. Okay, so let's define one state called constant user comma set user is equal to use state, and simply here once we have the user information, we'll set the value as a set user. Whenever we get the value, we'll just set it. Okay, and here I'm gonna pass the user information. That's it, and save it. Now also for the use of ease, right here I'm going to add a export constant use auth context is equal to the arrow function, and inside that we'll say constant context is equal to use context, and here we'll say auth context. Okay, and simply we'll return the context like this only. Okay, so you don't need to define this everywhere. Okay, and then save it. That's all. Now let's go to the header. So inside the header component, and we'll see you the magic how we are getting the data. So inside the header we'll add a constant user is equal to use auth context, see, like this, and then we'll get the user information. Now once user is login, then we don't want to show this get started button. So here I'm going to add if not user, means if user is not there, then only show this get started button. Otherwise we want to show a button which will say dashboard, and we also want to show a user image. So we'll say image source, and here we'll say alt user image with a width we'll say 40, height to 40, and then class name will say rounded corner. So rounded will say full, and inside the source we'll simply add a user dot photo URL. Okay, I will just verify the fill name. So inside the inspect we have the user dot photo URL. Okay, so something like this, and then close this tag, not here, outside of this div, and then save it. Okay, so let's test this out. So right now it's saying attempted to call use auth context from the server. Okay, so for obviously we use this inside this header. So obviously by default this header is the server side. Here I will make this component on the client side and then save it. Now after that we will see one more error, which is that it's saying this particular URL, which is the user image photo URL, right, which we are trying to render it on the screen, is not configured under the image. So this particular host name we need to whitelist it, or we need to whitelist, so that NextJs will understand this is not the URL from any third party, in order to secure our application. So simply go to the let's go to the next.config.js file, okay, inside the root directory, and inside this next config we'll say images. Inside the images we'll say domains, and then here you can add the list of domain. So in this case I will add this particular host name and then save it. Once you save it, make sure to reload your application, and if you see, now you are able to see the button called dashboard and the user image. If I refresh it, you will see immediately we are getting that. Perfect. Now let's add some style. So for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll make a flex, item to be in the center, and gap to 3, something like this. See, so that's how you can add it. Now obviously on the click of dashboard, we want to navigate to the dashboard screen. So I will just wrap this dashboard button inside the link tag. We'll provide the h reference, and then we'll simply say a dashboard. Right now we don't have the dashboard route, okay, so it will give you the 404 error, say something like this, right? But once we add the dashboard screen, then it's easy. Now next we're gonna save the user to our database, okay, along with the user basic information, and obviously we are going to give user a free credit, so user can generate this video for a free, and after that user need to buy credits. So that particular functionality as well we are going to add next. Now the next step is to save the user information after successful authentication, and we want to save the user only if user is new. Obviously we need to check if user is already there in the database or not. If it's already there, then we are not going to save the user information, and for that one we are going to use a Convex database. Convex is a real-time database and is very easy to integrate. Also it provides a lot of different functionality. You can do the cron job. It has their own file storage. If you want to store images or anything, you can store with the Convex as well. Also it has a vector search, ACID database, server functions. As I told you that it's a contain a real-time updates, and it is compatible to many different frameworks as well. How cool, right? You can even connect this to your React Native application as well. If you want to use it, it's free to use for a starter, and if you want to upgrade it, you have option to upgrade as well. Also Convex has their now launching a new self-hosting services, so that also very helpful if you want to host on your own platform. Now first thing, if you don't have an account, first go to the convex.dev, or you can click on the link in the description, so you will go to the exact location where you want to be, and then create a new account if you don't have already. Over here if you see, this is the dashboard will look like. I already have a lot of application running with the Convex as a database, and here you have option to create a new project. Now in that one you can give the name, so here we'll say AI YouTube video generator. Here I will say short video generator, okay, and simply say create, and boom, your database or project is now ready. Over here you can see the health, the data. Right now we don't have a table, but in a moment we will create some table as well. Then you will see the functions which you created. Here you have the file storage option. You can run even any Chrome job, and there are a lot of other functionality as well. Right now if you are working in the testing mode or in development mode, you can see you have option to dev mode, but anytime you can change this to a production mode. And at the end of this tutorial you will see how can we deploy it in a production mode as well. Now after creating the project, click on the link in the description so that you will jump onto this Convex documentation, where you need to select the correct framework to get started. So we'll say Next.js. Over here, first thing you need to do is to install the Convex, as we already have the project ready. So we just need to install the Convex first. So go back to your application, inside the terminal, just paste it here. And after that, you need to run this command called npx convex dev. It will start the Convex server on your local. And if I enter this one, obviously first it will ask you, do you want to select or do you want to create a new project, or you want to choose existing one. Now we already have the existing project created through the Convex dashboard. So we'll select that one. And here we have an option called AI YouTube short video generator. Click enter and boom. If you see, your Convex is now ready. Once you run this command, you will see some file added to your project, which is this Convex folder. Inside the Convex, it already have this underscore generated, and inside that there are some of the files. You don't need to understand or worry about any of this file for now. Okay. Now, next thing, we need to create a table inside the Convex. So in order to create, simply inside the Convex, create a new file called schema.js. And inside this, you need to add export default define schema. Okay, and inside this define schema, you need to provide whatever the tables you want to create. Let's say you want to create a users table. So if we'll say users is colon define schema, define table, because we want to create a table, right? So if you see, it is importing from the Convex server, and inside that you need to give all the column which you want to add. Let's say name. So we'll say name. Then you have to import the Convex value dot of type string, something like this, right? Then the email, will say v string, then image URL, or here we'll say picture URL, as v dot string, and the last, the credits. Okay, how many credits are there, which is again I think we can give a type as a number. Okay, so I give the v at type number. That's all. And these are the 4 columns we want to create. Now if you save this one, and inside this Convex function, you will see we don't have any error right now at this last statement, right? And now if I go to the Convex database, under this data, you will see a new table created as soon as you save the schema, right? Because your application is automatically sync with the Convex. And if I click on this one, you will see no document currently. But if I click on add document, you will see all the fields which we just mentioned inside the schema. Cool, right? Not only that, but you have option at the bottom called show schema. And here as well, you will see whatever the file you write inside this schema.ts or js, it's showing inside this dashboard schema as well. Perfect, right? Now, next thing, we want to check user is already exist, or if not, then we need to insert a record. So for that one, inside the Convex, we create a new function called users.js. Inside this, we need to write export constant create new user. Okay, and obviously this is a mutation nothing but if you want to make an operation like insert, create, or delete, or update, then you have to use mutation. If you want to fetch a record, then you have to use query. And inside the mutation, you need to provide the argument. Okay, now in this case, the argument are the name of the user. So we'll say name is of type string. So make sure you will import the v, then the string, then the email as v.string, then we'll say picture URL of type string, and the last is the credit, which you don't want to need because by default we are going to add some default value. Okay, so these 3 values are mandatory. After that, you have to say handler and async, which has the 2 value ctx comma db, and then the arrow function. Now first we'll check if user already exists or not, right? And second we'll if not, then we'll insert new user. So in order to check, we here will say constant user is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, because we want to read the data, right? So we'll say query and the table which is users, and if you see, you will automatically get the suggestion as well. Then after that we'll add a filter, and inside the filter we need to tell, we have to check with the user email, because email will be the unique every time, right? So here we'll say q dot equal, so here we'll say equal, and inside that we'll simply add q dot fill matches with the email field with our arguments. So we have, sorry, this need to be arguments, okay, not a db. So ctx and arguments. So here we'll say arguments dot email, because these are some arguments we are already passing, correct? And then at the last, in order to fetch it, we'll say collect. That's all. Now obviously this user contain the list, right? And we only want to fetch first record. So here we'll say if user of 0, here we can add a condition, email is not there, right? Then only we need to add a record. It means we don't have a record, any record, right? So here we'll add the new record. So in order to add it, so here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, and then you need to give the table name called users, and then you need to provide the value which you want to insert. So first we'll say name as arguments dot name, then email as arguments dot email, then picture URL as dot picture URL, and the last I'm gonna pass the credits. Now let's say you want to pass credit as a 3, okay? So user can create a 3 free video, that's why I added the credit as a 3, okay? And then we have the result. Now simply you have option to return the result as well, okay? So you will get the inserted record ID over here. Otherwise you can even return the users or user of 0, okay? It means the fetch record, this one. And I think that's all we needed. Let's save this one and let's test this out. Now once you define this function, we check whether the user is already exist or not. If not, then it will insert a record, right? Then in order to use it, just go to this app provider.js, and first you need to define this mutation. So here we'll say constant create user is equal to use mutation. So it's not importing, so we need to import it manually. So here we'll say import use mutation from Convex, okay? But one more thing that I think we miss it, if I go to the documentation and scroll down little bit, right, you need to wrap your application inside this Convex provider, okay? Because we successfully added these tables, then we also write all the functions, right, for the user. But we, in order to add this mutation and everything, right, I will remove it for now, then we need to wrap your application inside the Convex provider, and it's quite easy. First you need to import this define this Convex. So inside the provider only we'll add it here. Now make sure to import this Convex client. So this is the command in order to import this Convex client. And the last, you need to wrap something like this, okay? So inside the Convex provider you need to just wrap it your complete application. And save it. Now once you wrap it, right, you can easily use it anywhere. So for example, inside the provider only, you can define the constant create user is equal to use mutation, and if you see, now you are getting suggestion as well. Let's save this one, and if you see, we got this error. It's saying could not find Convex client. Use mutation must be used in a React component tree under the Convex provider. This problem is faced to the many users. The problem over here is we use Convex provider, and under that we have all of this logic, right? But before that only we are using this use mutation. The question is, how can we solve it? So simply I will remove this from here. Okay, we can keep this, no issue, but you need to create a Convex provider inside your app folder. So here we'll say Convex provider layout, or let's say we'll say client provider, okay, .js, and add RFCE, and here I'm going to render the children. Okay, now these children I will simply pass over here and then save it. Now whatever logic Convex provider you wrap it, I will remove it from here and will wrap it something like this. Okay, also let's remove this Convex and then just paste it here. Now make sure to import this Convex React client, and we already have this public Convex URL. Now when you run the Convex deploy or Convex dev command, okay, when your Convex function was ready, that time in .env.local, Convex automatically added this deployment and this Convex URL as well. Okay, so you don't need to worry about this one. Now in order to add the provider, you can just add a provider inside this Convex provider under this Convex client provider, right? And the last, inside the layout, instead of provider we'll say Convex client provider. Okay, so don't be confused. Previously we were using the provider as their first provider, and inside that we were rendering children. Now first we are using Convex client provider, and then we have children, and again inside that we are adding provider. Now inside our own provider, now we can use our mutation. So here we'll say constant create user is equal to use mutation, and inside that here we say API dot users dot create new user, that you need to pass it. Let's save all the files, and okay, so I think we did not imported this Convex client as well as Convex provider. Okay, so make sure to import that, and use client we need to define at the top to this particular file. Perfect. And now if you see, we don't have any error. Perfect. Now under this provider, whenever we have the user information, we simply going to pass. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await create user, and inside that we need to pass the argument. That's all. So first we'll pass a name. So for the users, here we'll say user dot display name, then the email we'll say user dot email, and then picture URL we'll say user dot picture URL, and all the three we need to pass. Here I will mark this as a async, and if you want you can just console the result as well and then save it. Over here we have two error, but we'll just fix it. But okay, so we still have the error. It's saying email name, and the picture URL has the issue, I think. Let's see why. Over here make sure it's a photo URL, okay, and not a picture URL, so that's mistake. So let's save this one, and if I refresh the screen, right, obviously we don't have any error, but inside the console we have the new in ID which is inserted. Okay, and if I go to the database, you will see the user information, right? The only thing that I observed, if you see, right, it's inserted 2 times. It means the logic over here, if I go to this user, it doesn't work. Okay, so this spelling mistake, there is a spelling mistake, so this need to be an email. So that's the reason it's executed 2 times, because it inserted record couple of times. And now if you see, it's not. And now if I, even though if I refresh, we don't have the duplicate record. I will obviously delete one, which is the previous one. But if I refresh the screen, now first it will check if user with that email is already exist, then it will not install, or sorry, it will not insert the record. Okay, so that's how easily we integrated the Convex and save the user information if user is new. If you face any issue while setting up the database, let me know in the comment section, guys. This is very important part of your application, because database is the backbone of any application, where it helps us to store all our data, right? And with this application, it's quite important. So I will definitely suggest click on the link in the description for the Convex, create a new account, go to the exact documentation, and then you will find all of this information. Also, addition to this one from the Convex, if you go to this database, right, you will see how to read the data, how to add the filters, how to write data or insert a new document using the mutation, query, and everything. So everything we will find on the Convex documentation. Now our Convex is running on Convex Cloud, but you also have an option to run it on your own premises or on local as well. So with the help of Convex self-hosting, you can host the Convex server or Convex database on your own premises. How cool, right? So Convex recently introduced the self-hosting capability, where you can host on your own Docker station, or you can even connect it to the Neon PostgreSQL database and many more. Now simply click on the link in the description. You will jump on this open source, and here you can get started with the instruction about how you can host on your own platform. Now here we have the self-hosting Convex instruction, and the recommendation is to host on the Docker, but you also have option to host on the fly.io, or you can even run on the Postgres Neon SQL database. Okay, and obviously it's very easy to set up as well. And right now in this particular chapter, we are going to host it on a Docker station, and I'm going to introduce the step-by-step guide how to introduce and how to host it on a Docker. So first and very important thing, that you need to download this docker compose.yml file. Just click on it, and here you will find everything as it is, right? You need to download, so just click on download raw file. Just open this file and then paste it inside your project. So I will close all of this tab for now, and we'll paste it here. Okay, now if you see, we have this docker.compose.yml file. Now next thing, let's go back to the documentation, and then you need to run this docker compose up. Now before that, simply go to the docker.com and then download the Docker for a desktop. Now select the depends on the operating system, you need to select the which software you need to download, right? So for me it's a Mac, so I will download it for the Mac OS, but for the Windows, make sure to select the Windows as well. Now you can even sign in to the Docker. Okay, and if you go to the pricing, so you might have question whether it's a free or paid. So for a personal use, it's completely free. Okay, and you can use it up to it as a better uses as well, so you don't need to pay it actually. Okay, and now once you download, just install it. Now after installing, you will see the Docker desktop like this. Okay, now you don't need to worry about learning each of the things for now. Now simply go back to our Convex self-hosting documentation, and here you need to run this command called docker compose up. Okay, now if I run this command inside the terminal, I will clear this, will paste it here. You will see the Docker now it's running. Okay, and it's setting me up the dashboard as well as backend for the Convex. Okay, and here you after that you need to run this command in order to generate the admin key. Okay, so we will wait to finish this. Right now if you see, our backend is pulled completely and now the dashboard is running, and now our Docker is running perfectly fine. Okay, now inside the new terminal I will simply run this command. Now after running, it will generate the admin key for us. Okay, so if you see, we have this now admin key. I will just copy this admin key and we'll go to this particular localhost on which our Convex is running. Now in order to log in, you need to copy this admin key and simply paste it here and click login. Now here, whatever you saw on the Convex cloud, similar dashboard you will see over here. Now inside that we have data, functions, files and all the information. How cool, right? Now after that, let's go back to this, and here you need to update your .env file. Okay, so we'll just update this file. So over here you need to keep this hosted URL as it is, but you need to replace with this admin key which we have generated, right? Simply we'll paste it here, and then you need to replace with this API key. So I will just copy this API key, sorry, the admin key, and we'll add it here. Okay, like this, and then save it. Now after that you need to run this npm install convex latest. So what it will do, it will, after running this command, it will push your code, and whatever the query it will run, then it will import the data from your local schema, and everything will get set up. So I will just run this command, and after running, if you see, it's worked perfectly fine. Okay, now just make sure to comment this to environment variable. Okay, otherwise you might get conflict. So once you run this command, it will deploy all your changes from the cloud. So right now if you see, it's saying the environment convex solo posted indicates the it's already there, right, the key. So make sure to comment this and save it. I think I forgot to save, and now I will just clear this one and we'll run it again. And now if you see, our convex function is ready. Now if I go to our convex, you will see our table users, right? And now you are ready to save the data on your local convex, which is completely self-hosted. Now at the end of tutorial, I'm going to tell you how you can deploy in production mode. It's time to add a dashboard on our application. So obviously we need to add a route for that one. And if you see in this mockup, on the dashboard, we are going to add this side navigation bar, where at the top we have the logo of our application. Then we have the button in order to create a new video, and then some of the options. Also at the bottom we are going to add how many credit left and option to buy more credit as well. Also we are going to add an header. Okay, and at the header on the right hand side we are going to add a user profile image. Okay, and over here obviously if you want to close the sidebar, you have option to close that as well. So let's go back to our application, and first thing you need to do is to create a dashboard layout and the dashboard route. So inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called main. Now inside the main folder, we are going to add all the dashboard or all the routes which is completely authenticated. Okay, inside the main folder, we'll create a dashboard layout. So over here we'll say layout.jsx, add a default template, and inside that we'll say dashboard layout. Now inside the dashboard layout, obviously we gonna use a children so that it will render it. So here we'll say children and save it. Also this dashboard, for this dashboard we are going to add a provider, and here we'll say dashboard provider, and again inside that I'm going to render the children. Now we're gonna use this dashboard provider inside the layout file so that we can make this dashboard layout on the server side. So here I will just wrap this and I will say dashboard layout like this and save it. After that, we'll add actual the home screen, right? So if you see, these are some options, okay, home, create new, explore, and etc. So you can call anything, you can call it as a home, and after that we'll say just page.jsx, add a default template. Here we'll say home screen and save it. And now if I go back to our application, maybe we can route it to /home, it will navigate to the home screen. You can add it as a dashboard as well, okay, it's up to you how you want to do it. If you want to just rename this one, you can rename it and put it as a dashboard. Dashboard is little meaningful, I will say, so let's add a dashboard as well because our layout is also dashboard. And here we'll add a page.jsx file with a default template, and here we'll say dashboard and save it. So let me remove this home because if you don't want, just remove this one. And by default dashboard nothing but it will redirect it to the home screen. Now we already connected this dashboard to a button to this dashboard route, right? And if you see on the click of it, it is navigating to the dashboard screen. Now next part we want to do is to add a sidebar, and that sidebar we are going to add inside the provider.jsx, so that whatever the routes we are going to render inside this under the dashboard layout, it has the sidebar everywhere, okay? You don't need to add in on every page. So for that one, simply go to the ShadCN, and ShadCN has the sidebar component. So if I go over here, if you see, we have this sidebar component, and this component is perfectly working fine, and within some few configuration it's set for you. So first thing you need to add the sidebar component. So copy this command inside the terminal, we'll add a new terminal and we'll paste it here. After adding it, the next thing we need to add is this the CSS inside the global.css file. So I will just copy it, and inside the global.css we'll add it here, okay? Make sure to paste this. I think we need to paste everything. Hopefully I copied everything, so let's see. Yeah, we copied everything, so we are good on that part. So we have an error, that's weird. Let me clear this one and paste it, run this again, and so still we have this error. We'll see what is the issue. So it's this permission issue with the MacBook, so that's why I added this sudo npx and then it works. So if you have any permission issue in the Mac OS, then just add the sudo at the start and enter the password. In Windows, I don't think so you'll face this any issue, okay? Now let me close all of this tab for now. And the next part, if you see the structure of the sidebar, at the very top we have the sidebar header, then we will have the sidebar group, which is the content, and the sidebar footer, and same thing we are going to follow. Now next thing, you need to wrap your application inside the sidebar provider, something like this, and then we have to add our own sidebar component, and then we need to add it, and along with that one we also need to add the sidebar trigger. We'll do one by one. So first thing, we need to wrap our application inside the sidebar provider, so let's do that. So now inside the main we have this provider.jsx file, and inside here I'm gonna wrap it. Now make sure to import this sidebar provider as well. Next we'll create this app sidebar. So inside the main folder, right, I'm going to create a new folder called _components, and all the common components for the dashboard layouts, right, we're gonna keep inside this _component folder. Inside this we'll say app sidebar.jsx, and then simply add default template. Now inside this app sidebar, I'm gonna just paste this all line of code as it is for now, okay, and also make sure to import these statements and then save it. Now this one we need to add it over here. We'll say app sidebar and then save it. Okay, and that's all you need to do for now. And if I go over here, refresh the screen, you will see the sidebar up to this point. How cool, right? You don't need to give any padding, margin. It automatically added to your left side of the screen. Obviously, if you want to on the right side, you can also add that one. They have all the option to add it. Now, next thing, you want to add a trigger. Okay, so for the trigger, we are going to create a header component, and here we'll say app header dot jsx. We'll add a default template and save it. Now this app header we're gonna add, so here we'll say app header, okay, and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this app header. Let's give some padding margin. So let's go to this app header first. Here we'll say class name, and we'll give padding to 3. Also we want to add sidebar trigger, right? And if you see, it's importing from the sidebar component, and save it. And if you see, we have this sidebar header. Now if I click on this one, it will collapse. If I again click, it will open. Cool, right? So that's how this sidebar trigger work. And if you want to add the user profile image, that also you can add it. So over here we'll say image, from the next slash image the source, and obviously inside that we need to provide the user image. So here we'll simply get the user information using use auth context, which we already defined, and inside that we have user dot photo URL. Okay, then alt will say user width, let's say 40, and height to 40. So obviously we need to make this component on the client side because we are using the use context hook, right? So that's why. Okay, so it's broken somehow, so maybe it's a picture URL, I'm not sure. Oh, so spelling is correct, incorrect, photo URL. Perfect. And if you see, it's showing user profile image. Obviously we'll add some style. So here we'll say rounded full, and we want on the right hand side. So for this div, we'll add it flex. We'll say justify between and item to be in the center. Perfect. Now obviously we want on the right hand side. So basically for this particular div, we'll add a width to full, and then it will go to the right hand side. Perfect. So that's how you need to add a header, and that header now also help us with this sidebar trigger so that you can collapse or open this sidebar. Now next we need to add some of the option on the sidebar. So go to this app sidebar, and inside the header we want to add the logo. So here we'll simply add inside the sidebar header with an image tag, the source, and inside this we'll say dot slash, not dot slash but just slash logo dot svg. We'll say alt tag with the logo. The width will give, let's say 100, and height let's say 50, and save it. So it's quite big. It's just an icon, so let's make it 40. I think that's pretty good. And after that let me add a div tag over here, or a section tag, whatever you want to add it, because I also want to give the name, and here we'll simply give the name video gen. Okay, and let's make this in one line, item to be in the center, and we'll give gap of 3. For this h2 tag we'll add font bold, text to excel, and that's pretty good. Now let's bring in the center of the screen. So we'll say width to be full, and item, so justify content in the center of the screen. Perfect. We'll give padding top, so padding top to 5, margin top to 5, Perfect. And then after that I want to show some tagline. Okay, so maybe we can wrap one more div and save it. Let me bring this side by side so it's more easily we can see it, something like this, right? Now we'll get this error because the screen size is smaller, that's fine. And then inside the h2 tag we'll simply say AI short video generator and save it. Now for this one we'll add a class name, the class name we'll say text large, then text is of gray color, let's say gray 400, and we want in the center of the screen we'll say text to be in the center. We'll also give margin top to 3. Perfect. Okay, and that's how our logo and the sidebar header is ready. Now next we want to add a button. So for the button inside the content we want to add all of the option and button. So I will just add it inside the sidebar group. Okay, so inside this sidebar group we'll add a div, and inside the div we'll add a button. Okay, now this button simply say create new video. Now for this button we'll add a class name with the width as a full. Perfect. And for this div we'll add a class name margin x to 5. Okay, also if you want to give, you can give margin top. So here we'll say margin top to let's say 20, or 20 is too much, let's give 10. Perfect. Okay, and on the bigger screen this is how it will look like. Then as I say, we need to add some options. So for that one at the top we'll just add a constant items, or we'll say menu items is equal to, and inside that we'll add all the options. So for title we'll say home, the URL I will add just slash dashboard, and icon you can add this icon I'm adding from the lucid icon. Okay, from the lucid icon, something like this, right? So obviously when you install the shared CN, this lucid icon library also get installed, and which is quite helpful to add an icon inside our application. Then the another title which is create new video, here the URL will add hash, and the icon let's say add lucid file, I don't know why it's showing this one, lucid file video we have, perfect. I will copy this multiple times. Then we'll add another option called explore. Here we'll simply add the search icon, and we want to add a billing. Here I will add a wallet icon. So obviously here if you want to add, here we say create new video as a route, here we'll say slash explore and then slash billing. Okay, so these 4 options we added to our menu items. Now inside the sidebar group we'll add it. So inside the sidebar group again we'll say sidebar group content, and inside this group content first thing we'll add a button in order to simply create a new video. So here we'll say create new video button. Okay, so it will look like something like this. Obviously if you see this mockup that we have this button at the top, so that's why we are adding. Let me bring this side by side as well, and here we have the button. Perfect. After this, for this button we'll say class name margin x to 10, and over here we'll say class name width to full. Here we'll say only margin to 5. Okay, and then we have this beautiful button. Let's add margin top to 8, so some space from the top, and then we want to add the option. Now, in order to add a menu option, first you need to define the sidebar menu, and inside that you need to add all your sidebar menu items. Obviously, we have the list, so we need to iterate that. So here we'll say menu item dot map, we'll say menu comma index. Let me bring this in bigger size so that you can able to see all of the code, and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say sidebar menu item, and inside this menu item you need to add sidebar menu button. Okay, and then we'll add a link tag with a hrefs, and inside that we'll simply add a menu dot URL. So when user click on our menu button, it will redirect it to that particular URL. Now inside this we'll again say menu dot icon, and then in a span tag we simply add menu dot title. Perfect. Let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen. So if I refresh the screen, okay, so we have an error, so something is not correct. So let's see what the issue. Oh, the problem over here is we use these curly braces, that's why it was not showing. So make sure to remove this and make sure to add circular braces. And if I save it and if I go back to our dashboard, you will see this option. Obviously it's not aligned perfectly, so basically let me decrease this size so that we can see how we're gonna update this. So for this link tag we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, okay, and then we'll give item to be in the center. After that we'll give gap of 4, and we'll also add some padding, let's say 3. Then for this menu item, let's add a class name, and here we'll add margin top to 3. Okay, for button as well we'll add a class name, and we'll add padding to 5. Perfect. If you want you can give margin top, so but I think that's look good to me. And if you see, if I hover on this one, I'm getting the hover effect as well automatically, because we already added this menu button, and that menu button give you that particular option. How cool, right? And that's how our menu button option is now ready. Now whenever any you are on the any route, for example on the dashboard route, right, we need to show that home button is active one, right? And for that one, for this sidebar menu item, there is one property called is active, and if you make it as a true, you will see all are true, but we need to add a condition, and depends on the condition only we need to add it. So basically inside the app sidebar, in order to get this particular route name, right, we need to just add constant path is equal to use path name, something like this. And then let me console this path for you so that you can understand what we are getting. So if I go back to the inspect panel, and inside the console, let me refresh the screen, and if you see, we are getting /dashboard. Perfect, right? So it means this path is returning the correct value, and basically we are gonna check with the URL. So over here I'm gonna add a condition, if path is equal to menu.url. If that is true, then it will show the active one, and right now if you see, the home is showing as active one and not all others. But obviously if I click on this create new video, then it will show this create new video as an active one. So that's how easily you can add the active option to the button. If you want, you can give some margin X. Okay, so maybe for this menu we'll add margin X to 5, so it will be aligned with this one. Okay, it's up to you how you want to add. Okay, so let's say 3, and here as well I will make it 3. Perfect. Now it's good, and now if you see, it's all are aligned. Now next thing, at the bottom we want to add this particular section, so let's do that. So in order to add it to the footer, so if you see, we have this sidebar footer, and simply I'm going to add it inside this footer section. Now inside the footer we'll say div tag. Inside the div tag we'll again add one more div tag, and inside still add a gem icon, and then we'll add h2 icon which will say 5 credits left. Okay, obviously we need to get the credits value as well over here, but we'll update it later on. Then in order to align it, we'll say flex item to be in the center, and then we'll say justify between. Let's say how it looks on the screen. So something like this. So we have gem and the credit left. Obviously here we'll add a class name and we'll give padding to 5. We'll add a border, and we'll make border rounded large and margin bottom to 6. So it will come at the little bit top. If you want to give the color, here we'll say color gray. So let's give some gray color with a 900. I think, oh, this need to be a background gray, sorry. That's quite different. Let me give 800. Perfect. And then we're gonna add a button as well. So over here we'll say button, we'll say buy more credits. So for that button we'll add a class name. We'll say width to be full. Oh, sorry. Width to full and margin top to 3. Something like this. See, and this section is also ready. If you want to change the color of this credit left and all that, also you can do it. So for example, let's add a class name. We'll say text gray 400. Same thing I'm going to do over here. Perfect. Okay, and our sidebar is now ready. Now one more important thing that we need to do on the sidebar, we need to restrict user, if user is not authorized. So inside the provider.jsx, simply I'm going to use a user is equal to use auth context, right? And here we want to check. So we'll add a use effect, the arrow function, and then I think we can call inside a method. So here is a constant if authenticated, or we will say check authenticated, check user authenticated, and here we'll say if not user, then it will redirect it to the dashboard screen. So we need to add a router is equal to use router from the next/navigation. Okay, so make sure to import it from the next/navigation, and this router will help us to navigate programmatically. So we'll say router dot replace, so it will not go back to the previous screen, and here we'll say slash only because it means home screen. And this check user authenticated, if we want to call inside this one, obviously only when the user information is available, and then save it. Now we use the use effect, so make sure for this provider we need to mark it as a client. So make sure to add a client, and right now if you see user is already authenticated, so it's not redirecting to the home screen, but if user is not authenticated, then it will redirect it to the home screen. Now let's update with the credit as well, because we already saving inside the Convex with the credit information. The only question is when user fetch or when user login, the existing user is login to our application, we are already retaining the user information. So over here if you see, we are retaining the user information, right? But if user inserted, they need the inserted record only returning the ID of the inserted record. The question is how can we fetch it? So simply instead of just returning the result on the insert, we can return this complete value. Okay, so I will just return something like this. Okay, or the another option you can define at the top. So let's say constant user data, and here I will paste it, and then here as well you can just add a data, and now I will just return the user data. So make sure it's a user data. That's all, right? So we define it here. After successfully insert, we'll just return the user data. Okay, let's save this one. And next thing, inside our provider.jsx file, so go to this provider.js where we are creating a user and we are consoling over here, right? Here I will say set user as result, and if you don't want to add here, that's completely fine. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, and inside the console, now you will see the user information which contain the credits as well. Perfect. Now obviously this photo is not showing on the right hand side. That's because we are using the field called picture URL and not the photo URL. So we'll update it in a moment. So go to the header.jsx, and here we'll say picture URL. And let me refresh this. Something still okay. So we have some key property error inside the sidebar, which is nothing but over here, and save it. And now it's showing. So make sure to update in a app header and our header.jsx file as well. Okay, now after this, as we have the user credit, we'll get it here. So here we'll say user is equal to use auth context, and from that one we have the credit information which we can just display over here. So here we say user dot credits and save it. And now if you see, we'll able to see the user actual credits, right? It's 3, and here as well it's showing 3. So that's how you can fetch the user information from directly from the Convex database. In order to create a short form video, first thing we need to get the video topic, and depends on the topic we need to generate the video script, right? Then after the script is ready, we need to get the style of the video, whether it's a cartoonistic, realistic or cinematic. Then we need a voice, right? Depends on whether a user want a female voice or male voice for the given video, and the style of the caption. Now in order to get all of this detail, we need a specific form, right? So that we can get all of this information from the user. And that's why we are creating a new page called create new video. On this particular form, we are going to add the project title, then the topic. Obviously user can select the topic from the suggested topic, or user can have option to enter his own topic. After selecting or entering the topic, we have button to generate the script. Now in this case, it will generate the 2 to 3 script automatically, so that user can select either of one of them. Once user select the topic or a script, then user have option to select the style. And if you see right now, we added some of the style like realistic, cinematic and many others. I'm going to tell you how easily that we can add it. Also, if you see, some of the style are premium and only available for the paid user. After this, we have the voice selection. So let me go back to this particular mockup where user have option to select a different voice. Okay, and that also I'm going to tell you how can we get this all the voice options. Next, we have the caption option with a different style. Right now I added just 3 style, but you can add a multiple style. Okay, and on the click of generate, we need to generate the video. Now once user select the video style, we're gonna show the preview how it actually look along with the caption. So once you select the caption and the style, you can just see the screenshot of the video or the preview. Okay, it's just for the user can understand how the style and the caption will look on the video. And as I told you, at the click of generate, then all magic will happen, making from that point, right, we are going to generate the images, audios, the script and the caption and everything, and then your video will be ready to play or ready to export as well. So let's do one by one. First, we need to create a new route called create new video, and on the click of this create new video button, we need to redirect it to that particular page. So let's go back to our application, and inside this main folder we'll create a new folder called create new video. Inside this we'll add a page.jsx file, add a default template. Here we'll rename to create new video and then save it. Now another thing, let's go to the sidebar, and here we have this button, right? Now I will just wrap this button inside the link tag with hrefs, and on the click of that button we want to navigate. So here we'll say create new video route and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and when I click on this create new video, if you see, it's redirected to this particular page with that particular route, and still we have this sidebar. Perfect. Now just quick thing we want to do, let's go to this provider.jsx, and inside here I'm going to add a padding to this children. So over here we'll add a padding. So padding to 10. So it is applicable to all the pages, okay, not only for the particular page but all the pages. That's why I added the padding to this particular provider.jsx file. Next, inside this create new video, as I told you, we need a couple of things. First, topics and script component, right? Obviously each of this particular section we need to divide in a small components, right? So this as a one component, video style is as one, the voice as another, and so on. Then next thing, we want the video image style, then voice and the captions, right? So obviously for each of them we need to create a component. So basically let's go to the create new video folder, and inside this we'll say underscore component dot, or just components folder, and inside this we'll say topic.jsx file. Let's add a default template and save it, and basically we'll add over here, we'll say topic component. Obviously we will design each one by one. Now just before that one we are going to add h2 tag, and here we'll say create new video and save it. Obviously I'm going to add some style, so here we'll say style, the class name. Here we'll say font, not font but text 3XL, and save it. Perfect. Now next thing, let's implement the topic. As you see over here, we have this project title and then we have the video topic, right? So let's go to the topic first. Inside here we'll add an h2 tag, and simply we are going to say project title. Inside this we'll add an input component. So that input component I'm going to add from the shared CN, and I hope we already have that component. So if I go to this component folder, we have this input.jsx, so you don't need to install it again. So we'll just use this input component with a placeholder, and we'll just say enter project title and save it. And now if I go back here, we have this title, right? But another thing that we want to divide this screen into two parts, one for the preview and one for this particular form. So inside the page.jsx, I'm going to simply add a div. Inside div we'll add another div. So obviously we want two columns, so we'll add two div. Inside the one we'll add all of this information, right? And here we'll make this as a grid. Now when the screen size is smaller, we'll say grid column 1, but on medium screen size we'll say grid column let's say 4. Now out of 4 column, the 3 column we're gonna assign to the topic. So let's say column span 3 and 1 column for this one. Now if I go back and let's see how it looks, I think let's do one thing, let's make this 3 and 2 column to this topic and script, means all of the form, and I think that's much better, so that you can able to see everything, right? Next, for this particular div tag we'll add a padding, let's say 7, and we'll add a border as well along with the rounded corner. So that's how it will look like, and make sure to give some margin top to this grid. So margin top to let's say 8. Okay, perfect. After adding this project title, here I'm gonna add margin bottom to let's say 2. So up, not here, my bad. Inside the topic I am going to add class name margin bottom to 2. Oh, let's make it 1 only. Perfect. Now next thing we have is the video topic, right? And if you see, we have this tab option, right, where user can select suggestion and your topic. So let's do that. So over here, let's add an h2 tag. Here we'll say video topic, and also in small I will say select video topic, we'll say select topic for your video. Okay, for this one we'll say text smaller and text is of gray, let's say 600. I think that's much better. Obviously we need to give, I will wrap this in a div, and here I will add a class name margin top to 5, so some space. Okay, then we want to add a tab bar. So from the shared CN we have the tabs option, and if you see, this is how it will look like. So same tab navigation we need to add. So first copy this npm command, then you need to copy this import statement, and then just copy this example. Okay, we'll just modify this example. Now inside the tab list, and if I save this one, you will see now we have these 2 tabs, right? Obviously we need to rename this. So first we'll say suggestions, and here we'll say your topic. Now value as well, I'm going to change this to suggestion and your underscore topic. Make sure this value also going to update inside the tab content. Now depends on the what tab you selected. Obviously related tab content will get display, and default I'm going to use the suggestion only. Let's save this one, and if you see, now we have suggestion and the topic as well. Now for this tab we'll add some margin top to let's say 2 only. Perfect. Okay, now for the suggestion we need to get the list of suggestions. So at the top I'm going to add constant suggestions is equal to, and then I will paste this all the list of story which contain the historical, kids, movie story and so on. Okay, and now we just need to iterate that inside this tab suggestion. So basically here I will add a div. Inside the div we'll say suggestions dot map. Here we'll say suggestion comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll just add a button tag, and inside the button we'll say suggestion. Now we'll make this button variant as outline, and let's add a key as an index and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see all the suggestions. Cool, right? Now right now if you see, it's just it's not spread out, right? The width is not full. So for the tabs, if you see we have this tab, just give width to full, and for this div we'll add a class name flex and give gap to 3. Let's see how it looks. Okay, that's weird. Instead of this we can just give a margin right to that button. So here we'll add a class name and we'll add margin to let's say 2, and I think that's pretty good. Let's add 1 only, and then we have this all the topics, right? Perfect. And also we want to add a your topic option, but before that we need to check which one is selected, right? On the select we need to show the selected topic as well. So basically here I'm going to add a state called selected topic comma set selected topic is equal to use state, and whenever you just select any of the topic on the click of button, we're gonna save this. So here we say on click set selected topic with a suggestion, and whenever obviously inside the class name we'll add a conditional styling. So over here we say margin to 1 over here, and then we'll add a $sign and we'll add a condition. So simply we'll say suggestion is matches with the selected topic, then we'll simply add a background. I don't know whether the secondary will work or not. Let's say if I save this one, as we are using use state, that's why we have the error. So I will make this as a use client and save it. Now if I select this one, if you see, it's showing as a selected one. If I select this, boom, see, and that's what we wanted. So you can able to see the selected topic as well. Now if you want to user want to enter his own topic, then we need to add an option. So inside this another tab content, here first we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll add h2 tag. Here we'll say enter your own topic, and then I want to add a text area. So from the tab we have the option or a component called text area. Okay, we'll use that. So copy this text area component first, or the npm command first, paste it here, and it's very easy to use. Okay, so just like an input, you need to add text area component. Inside that we'll add a placeholder and we'll say enter your topic, and then save it. Now over here if you go to this one, you will see your topic with the text area. That's all, and then suggestion. So obviously it depends on what user enter, that particular topic automatically pick up. So that's how the topic section is ready. But whenever user select any of the topic or enter any of the topic, we need to send, or we need to first generate the script for that one. Also we need to save the selected topic in the form. So inside this page.jsx, I will make this on the client side first, and inside here we create a constant form data comma set form data is equal to use state. Now all the selection that we are going to make, we're going to save inside this form data. So simply here we'll say constant on handle input change method. Now this particular method will accept two values. One is the field name and another is field value. Now simply here we will say set form data, and obviously the previous data, if user or the form data already have the previous value, so we'll just destructure this previous data along with the field name and then respective value. So field value. Okay, so that's how you can mention. Now this on handle input change we're gonna call over here. Okay, now whenever user select any option, right, so here we have this button on click method, right, along with this one I'm going to call one more method. So simply over here I will say, I will call this on handle input change, and inside that we'll say topic and then the field value, so you will call suggestion. Same thing you need to do for the text area. So over here, in order to get user input value, so here we'll say on change. In that one it will emit the event, and then we will say on handle input change with the same field name. That's why I added the topic as the same field name, and then to get the value it will be event dot target dot value. Okay, now obviously this topic and both the selection with the same field name, right, and on where we have this on handle input change method. Obviously inside this topic component we need to accept that with the field name and field value, or you can directly call this on handle input change because it's passing two field and that two field we need it here, right? So it automatically detect that one. And obviously here you can console the form data whenever you want so that you can check it actually saving or not. Now if I go to the inspect panel and inside the console, now if I select the story or something like this, you will see the change. Also we need to save the project title, so that also we need to apply the on handle input change with the field name called title. Also if you enter your own topic, you will see it replaces with the suggested topic and with your own topic as well. Cool, right? So first let's do the inside the topic, let's update this input. So here we'll say on handle, first we'll say on change with an event, and then we call on handle input change with event dot target dot value, right? Obviously the field name we need to enter, which is the title. So we'll say project title and save it. Now after that we need to add a button. We'll say let's add a spark icon, something like this, and we'll say generate script and save it. Now if you see we have this button. Let's bring this down a little bit. So here we'll say margin top to, let's say margin top to, let's say 3, and I will give the button size as a small. So we have this small button, and on the click of that one we need to generate the script. So I'm going to create a method called constant generate script and the arrow function, and this method we're gonna call on the click of this button. So here we'll say on click and then call this generate script method. Now it's time to generate the script, depends on the video topic, and for that one we are going to use a Gemini AI model. Gemini AI model is a free to use and is much more powerful than ChatGPT. Also it's very easy to integrate, and as I say in the beginning that is free to use, so you can use it as much as you want. So simply go to this ai.google.dev, and then it has their own studio, AI studio, and you can even test your script. Let's copy this script for example, and we'll test this out inside the AI studio before using inside our application. Once you enter, you have more option, depends on your choice how you want the output and everything. Also inside our script we added this particular topic section where you can replace with your own topic. So depends on user selection, we'll replace that topic, and within a second you will get the script. Right now we are generating two scripts, okay, so that user can have an option to select either one of them. Now you can modify the script so that you will get an exact content for your video. Now once it is ready, then simply click on this get code option, and then here make sure to select the JavaScript, and then you need to copy this all of the code. So let's copy this, and inside our application go to the root directory, and inside that under the config we'll create a file called AI-model.jsx and simply paste the code which we copied. Now after this we need to install this generative AI SDK, right? So just copy this one, and inside the terminal we'll simply add npm I and we'll paste this, so it will install the generative AI SDK. Then you need to add the Gemini API key. So simply from the AI studio you can generate the API key. So simply click on this get API key, and here you have option to generate it. You can also generate it from the Google Cloud. Then I will go to this .env and will paste that key over here after copying from the Google AI studio. So we'll say next _public _ Gemini API key, and then we'll paste this API key. Next we'll replace this, and over here you can add the model which you want. So I added this flash model. Then inside this generation config we'll change this response mime type to application/json, and after that we don't need to write this function, so I will remove this one. Also we'll comment this line, and simply we want add this history as it is, because next time whenever AI model create the response, it will create the similar kind of response, right? So we don't need to worry about the schema and all. And here we simply will say export constant generate script. So once you export this one, so that you can use it anywhere in the application. So make sure to export this. Now let's go to app, and inside the okay, let's we'll create a new folder actually called API, and inside that we'll create, and inside the generate script we'll say route.jsx. Now the generate script is our API endpoint, and inside that we are going to create a post request. Here we'll add a request, and we'll simply get the parameter. So here we'll say constant topic and await request.json. So over here we'll get the whatever the request in the post request body have the information that we are going to pass, that information we get it. Then we'll say constant result is equal to generate script, and if you see it's importing from the config AI model. Here we'll make this await, and then we'll say send message. Now inside that we need to send our own prompt. Okay, so let's go back to our prompt, and I think we save this example, right? So from this one I will copy this script, and simply we'll create a constant script prompt is equal to, and we'll paste this prompt. Okay, now let's clean this one, and obviously over here, right, we have the topic, so we'll replace with the curly braces with the topic, so that we can replace the actual user selected topic. So here we'll say constant prompt is equal to script prompt dot replace, and then we'll say curly braces with the topic with the user topic. Okay, so we already have that topic. Now that particular script prompt, we are going to pass, so that we'll get the result. Now we'll say constant response is equal to result dot response dot text. Okay, now this text will be written in the form of string. Now obviously we need to convert this into a JSON, so that we will get the JSON response. So here we'll say return next response dot JSON, and we'll say JSON dot pass the whatever the response we are getting. Okay, and that's how our API to generate the script is ready. Now let's go to the create new video inside the component topic. Here inside the generate script method we are going to call this API endpoint. Now before calling we are going to import this HTTP client called Axios. So we just type npm i Axios, and it will install the Axios for you. Now here we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot post, because we want to make a post API call, and here we'll say slash API slash generate script. So this is the endpoint, and in that we need to pass a body, so we'll say topic. So whatever the topic user selected, so that is the selected topic, because in that state we save it, right? So that's why. Now next, once we have the result, we'll say console.log result.data, because Axios give the response inside the data, so result.data. Now let's go back, and inside the inspect panel we'll check whether we are getting a data or not, because right now we are just consoling the information. Now select any topic, right, and we'll say generate script, and right now if you see it's generating, and boom, if you see we got the two script. How cool, right? Now inside the script field we have the two script which we want. That's perfect. Now let's define a state called script comma set script is equal to use state, and inside the script we will save the user script. So we'll say result dot here we make scripts, because it's a more script, right, more than one script. And so here we'll say result dot data and dot, and the field name is I think scripts, right? So make sure you will get that, because we just want the content, that's why. So here we'll say scripts.
Perfect. Now once we have the script ready, right, now we just need to iterate it and display it on the screen. Now here we'll define a loading state as well, so that whenever user fetch it, will show that loading. So we'll define the false initially, and whenever user click on generate script, we'll set the loading as a true. So over here we'll set the loading as a true, and once we got the data, we'll say set loading as a false. Now we'll put this in a try catch block. If you get any error, then we'll just console that exception or any error. So we'll say console.log e, and I think that's all we needed. So let's scroll down, and just before this generate script we will do that, but before that let's add a loading state condition. So here we'll say loading, and whenever there is a loading, we'll show a loader icon. Here we'll add a question mark actually, because this is a ternary operator. So when the loading is true, we'll say a loader icon, and here we'll want to spin it, so we'll add animate spin. So whenever there is a loading, it will spin like a loading effect, it will give the loading effect. Okay, so let's try this. So here we say generate script, click it, and if you see, we have this beautiful loader. Also we can disable the button as well when there is a loading. So for the button, we'll say disable is equal to loading. So whenever loading is true, button will get disabled. Perfect. Now after this tab, right, we are going to show the script. So we'll add a div, and inside that we'll say script dot map. Inside that we'll add a item comma index, or okay, make sure that whenever you have the script, then only you want to show the script, right? So that's why we added script dot length, and here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Now inside that we'll add a div, and inside the div we'll add a h2 tag with item dot content, right? Let's say I will verify that the field name, and this is the content, right? Just copy that and we'll add it here. Perfect. Now here we'll add a key as an index, and we'll give the grid, okay, because we want to show 2, right? So we'll make grid column 2, and then we'll give a gap to 5 as well. Let's check it out, and boom, if you see, we are getting the script displaying on the screen. Perfect. Now for this h2 tag, we'll add a class name, and here we'll give the line clamp to 3. So only 3 line will display on the screen. We'll make it 4, okay, and we'll make text smaller, and after that we'll say text of gray color. I think we'll make little bit lighter, so we'll make 300. I think this is much better. For this div, we'll add a padding. So we'll say, let's say padding of 3, then we'll add a border as well, and we'll make that a rounded corner as a large, and then we'll give some margin top to 3. Perfect. And that's how the script is ready. Now next, over here I think we need to add a hover effect as well, right? That also we're gonna add it in a minute, but before this we'll add the h2 tag with the select the script as a just the heading, right? So we can tell user, okay, this is the script is ready, you need to select it, and also we'll give some margin top. So here we'll say margin top to, let's say 4 or maybe 3, let's see how it looks, and we don't need it here. I think that's good, and over here we'll give some margin top to 1. Perfect. Now next, let's say you want to generate something, right? And we are right now enabling the button so that user can generate more script, right? But you can disable or remove the button when the script is generating, right? So basically over here first let's define okay, let's add a selected script and set selected script, right? So whenever user select the script, we need to save in this state. So once we define this state, let's add set selected script index. That will be better, because we will just save the index value, And here every time when the script generates, right, we'll set the selected script index as a null. Now for this div, we'll add a dynamic styling. Okay, so conditional styling. So inside the curly braces, we'll add selected script index is equal to index. Then we will add a background of secondary, and also make sure to add a cursor pointer. So whenever we hover, it will get the cursor pointer as well. Now once you select generate the script, here we need to add a background. I think we missed something. So over here we forgot to add an on click event to this div. So basically that also we need to add, and we just add a border, but let's add the on click as well. So over here we'll add an on click, and simply inside the on click we'll add a set selected script index with the index. Okay, and now let's save it. Now if I click on this one, see, now it's showing as a selected one. Also along with that one, I'm going to add a background as a secondary. So now that's look much better. Perfect. Now once it is selected, right, you can just hide this button as well. It's up to you how you want to play around that one. Okay, but I will just hide this one. So let's say once you create, we'll just hide this button. So simply we'll say script dot length if it's greater than, or if script is not there, then only we'll show button, otherwise we don't want to show the button. And now if you see, it's not showing, but when the script is not there, then button is visible. Now click on it and let's say generate the script, and once the script is generated, the button is invisible. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to do it. Now next we need to implement the video style, video wise, and lot of other feature that we are going to add next. Now we are going to implement the video style section, where user have option to select the different style for the image. So let's go to this create new folder. Under the components folder, we are going to create a new file called video style.jsx. Let's add a default template, and then make sure to import this inside this page.jsx. So we'll add video style, and that's all. Now obviously we are also going to add this on handle input change, so that whenever user return or select any of the style, it will return back to our parent component, and then we can able to save the data. So over here let's define some options which you want to show as a different image style, and let's say the field name called name, and inside that we'll add a realistic as a one option. So let's add that one, and then we want to add an image as well. So I already added some of the images like 3D anim inside the public folder, and I'm going to share with you for free, so you can find the link in the description. Now let's add that inside our image field. Okay, let's copy this one and add it here, and we'll update this to, let's say, cinematic. Now we'll update the image with a cinematic.png, and I also added remaining one. So if you see, we have some list of option, and those list of option we need to iterate it. First, before that, let's add a video style as a text, and just under that we'll add a p tag, and here we'll say select video style. Here we'll add a class name, we'll say text smaller, and text is of gray color. And if I go back to our application, let me refresh this once, and here you will see video style with the option. Let's give some margin from the top, let's say 5, and let's add the margin bottom to 1 for this p tag, and if you see, it's working perfectly fine. Now next we will add a div in order to iterate these options. So we'll say option.map and option comma index and the arrow function. Inside that we'll add a div tag, And inside the div, we'll add an image tag with a source and the close the tag. Here we'll add option dot image, and inside the alt tag we'll add option dot name. Okay, let's give some width and height. So we'll give a width of, let's say 500 pixel. For height we'll add, let's say 120. And if I save this one and if I go back, you will see the image now rendering perfectly on the screen. Now for this particular parent div tag, we'll make it in the form of grid. So we'll add a grid, then we'll add a grid column 2, and for medium screen we'll add a grid column, or for a large screen we'll add a grid column 3, and for extra large we'll add grid column 5. Then we'll also give gap of 2, and then let's save this one and let's see. And if you see, it's perfectly looking on the screen with the form of grid. Now let's add some class name to the image. So here we'll say object cover, and if you see right now it's not reflecting, but let's add some more style. So over here we'll add an height. So we'll add a specific height, depends on the screen size. So by default we'll add a height of 70 pixel when the screen size is smaller, and let's say for a large screen or medium screen we'll add a height, let's say for a large screen first. So for large we'll add a height of 90 pixel, and for extra large we'll add a height of 180 pixel. Now if I go back, that's look perfectly beautiful, right? Now inside the inspect panel, if I change the screen size, you will see the width of the image and height also get changed, right? So that's working perfectly fine. Now if I go back, I will just change this height little bit more and the default height as well. Perfect. And let's test this out. I think that's look good to me. Next we'll add some padding to this one and some border. So here we'll add a rounded corner as well. So we'll add rounded large, we'll add a padding to 1, and we have this beautiful rounded corner as well for each of this image. And on hover we want to add a border. So here we'll say hover colon border, and the border is not that much visible, so let's make it border color to gray 300. And now if I hover on this one, now it's quite visible, right? Then we'll make this a cursor pointer as well. So whenever you hover, the cursor will get changed. Next we want to add an image on the top of this particular the text for each of the image. So we'll add an h2 tag. Here we'll add option dot name, and right now if you see, the text is showing on the screen, but we want on the top of that particular images. So we'll make class name with a position as an absolute, and now it's on the top but it's still not aligned. So we'll add a bottom to 3 for example, and it's showing on the top but the still is not looks good to me. So let's do one thing, let's give text to be in the center and width to be full, and it's going out of the div, right? So you need to make the parent div, which is this, with the class name as a relative. So you are just making the position as a relative, and boom, if you see, now it's perfectly aligned for each div, right? Next we'll add an on click event. So we need to save the user selected option. So here we'll define a state called constant selected style comma set selected style is equal to use state. And then for this div, on the click we'll add set selected style with an option dot name. Okay, so we'll save the selected option name, and also we are going to add an on handle input change with an image style, and here we'll say option dot name. Here we're going to change this image style to video style, that make more sense, and then save it. Now inside this image class name, we'll add a style or conditional styling. So wrap this in a curly braces, and then we'll add a $sign. Here we'll say option dot name is equal to selected style. Then we'll add a border, and that's all. Now if I save it and go back to our application, here you will see if I selected this cinematic, it will show as a selected one, and you can select any of them and then it will show with that beautiful selected border, which is kind of, you can say, active one, right? And if I go to the inspect panel as well, you will see the form data also now storing the video style field. Cool, right? If you select any topic, or you can add the title, and everything gets stored inside the form data, which we need at the end when we want to generate the actual video. Okay. Next, we want to display the list of voice available in order to use it inside the video. And all of these voices we are going to generate it depends on the screen, right? And we are going to use this AI Guru Lab AI model. Now this AI Guru Lab is a service where you can find the image generation API and text to speech API as well. And most important, is free to use. Simply log into and then you will redirect to this particular page. I already use this for many applications. So on the dashboard you will see that we have this how many image generated, how many text generated, all the history, and you have option to test this as well. Now here we have two options, one is image generation and one is text to speech. Right now I'm not going in the detail because once we want to integrate the API, then we'll go into the detail on about the AI Guru Lab. But if I click on the text to speech, here you will find a different voice option. Okay, we have some Indian option are also there. Okay, so if you see carefully, we have the name of that particular voice, whether it's a male and female, and then this particular code. The code is very important in order to generate the voice, because if you click on the view code, here we need to pass the voice code. Okay, and that code we need it. So we have to make sure we will show the name, and in the behind the scene on the click we are also going to store the voice or the voice code as well. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application, and here I'm going to create a new tab. So inside the component folder, not here but inside this create new components, we'll add a new component. We'll call voices, I don't know, voice.jsx, and let's add a default template. Inside the page.js, let's add voice, and obviously we'll add this on handle input change as well, and then save it. Now inside the voice.jsx, simply I'm going to add these all the option. Okay, so in voice option is contain the value and the name. Okay, so obviously you can get it everything from the source code as well. Next, here we'll say video voice, and inside the p tag we'll say select voice for your video. Now for this one we'll add a text smaller and then text gray, let's say 400. Then we'll give class margin top to 5, and here we'll give, or let it be for now, and save it. And if I go back to our application, let me refresh this once, you will see an option called video voice. Right now if you see we are scrolling this complete section, right, and we don't want to scroll it completely like this. So for that one we'll simply only scroll this particular section. Okay, so whatever the section we have, this particular div, we're gonna add a scroller. So inside the page, for this div we'll give an height, let's say 70 vertical height, and once you add that, here we'll add overflow auto. Now if you see, you can able to scroll it easily, right, that particular part, and you are not scrolling the complete page. Here if you want to change little bit, you can just update it. I think that's much better now. I think 75, let's make it 72. and that's all. Now under this video voices, we just need to iterate all of this voice. So we go to this voice, and here we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll say voice option dot map, and here we'll say voice comma index and the arrow function. Inside that we'll add a div, and then we'll add a p tag. Actually, let's add a h2 tag, and inside that we'll say voice dot name, and if I go back you will see list of voice name. Perfect. Now obviously let's add a key as an index, and actually let's don't add div, we'll directly add everything to this one. So let's add key as an index. Let me remove this empty space, and inside that we add a cursor pointer whenever you hover on this one. Then we'll add a padding to, let's say, 1. For this particular div we'll add a class name, make it grid column 2, and we'll give gap of, let's say, 3. Perfect. We'll give some more padding to this one, and when the screen size is darker, right, we'll make background slate 900. Okay, so we'll change the background color little bit, and if you also want to make it light, so on the light we'll keep as it is, and also we'll make a border white and save it. Okay, so that's look good to me. Let's add the rounded corner. So here we'll make rounded large. Perfect. Now whenever we hover any of this one, right, we want to add a hover effect. So on hover we'll add a border, and if you see we have this border now. Perfect. And once you select any of these option, we want to show it as a selected one. So again here we need to add a define a state. Here we'll say selected voice comma set selected voice is equal to use state. And on the click of this one, so let me bring this down everything, so we'll see the all the line of code. Here we'll add on click event, we'll set the selected voice as a voice dot name. Perfect. And obviously we'll add a conditional styling. Here we're gonna simply write inside the $sign voice dot name is matches with the selected voice, then we'll also gonna show the border. Now whenever you select any of this, you will see the border. Perfect, right? Now once we added this voice, you need to scroll a lot, right, and that's not look good to me. So you can add the scroll due to this one, okay, scroll section only, and for that one you can go to the shared scene. Inside the shared scene, if you search for the option called Sidebar, right, and this is sidebar actually, not this one. So I think that's a scroll bar, I believe. So yeah, this scroll area, right, where you can scroll it by defining the height and width. So simply you can import this scroll area component. So I will import this component using this npm command. Then we'll import this, or you can directly use it like this, right? See, so you just need to wrap this inside the scroll area, okay, and you need to define height and width. So here we'll add a class name, we'll add a height, let's say 150 pixel, and width to full. Now if I go back, I don't think so that's work. Let me see the example again. So over here it mentioned the height 200 pixel and with a width. Okay, let's do one thing. We'll make height 70. Still, let me refresh this. That's weird because it still doesn't affect. So we did not imported this correctly, so make sure to import this from the components UI scroll bar, and now if you see, we are able to scroll it. Perfect, right? And that's what we wanted. Now obviously, so that you don't need to scroll a lot, you can just scroll the wise as well. And once you select any of these, you will see the selected option. And I'm not sure, but I think we also forgot to add the on handle input change. So over here we'll say on handle input change. I will just copy this from here, and here we'll say voice, and we're gonna provide the voice dot value, okay, and not a name, because we want to just need the voice code, and that's all we wanted. So that's why we added the voice dot value. Let's save this one and make sure to pass this particular function back to the parent component so that it will save it. Now next thing, we want to add the caption, and when user select the caption, that caption is applied to the video. So let's go back, and inside this underscore component, we'll create a new component called captions.jsx. Let's add a default template, and here I'm also going to add some options, right? So inside the option is quite straightforward. I gave the name, and then I also applied some style, and each style for each of the different option is different, okay? So for this one, each style is different, and this one the style is different. It's quite straightforward. Now once you add these options inside the page.jsx, add the caption component, and also make sure to add this on handle input change and save it. After this, let's go to the caption. Here we'll add an h2 tag. We'll simply add captions, or we'll say caption style, and in p tag we'll say select caption style. Here we'll add a class name. We'll say text smaller, text gray 400. For this div, we'll add a class name margin top to 5, and then save it. Now inside the div, we'll simply add this option. So let me see, it's options. So we'll say options dot map. Inside that we'll add option comma index and the arrow function. Let's add a div, and inside this div we'll add an h2 tag with option dot name. And the most important, inside the class name, I'm going to add that style as well. So here we'll say option dot style. So what will happen, you can actually see how the caption will look, right? And if I save, make sure to add a key as an index, go back to your application, and here you will see the different caption style. How cool, right? Now let's align this. So here inside the div, instead of grid, I will add a flex, and here we'll make flex wrap as well, and then give gap of, let's say, 4, and save it. And this is how it will look like. For each of these div, we'll add a padding to 2, and on hover we'll add a border. We'll make border grade 300 and save it. We'll make it cursor pointer as well, and we hover on this one, you will see the border. Similar like this one, right? We added this color. So let me see the color code for this voice. So we added this background slate 900. So same color I'm going to add as a background, and then we'll make some rounded corner. So we'll add a rounded large. Okay, perfect. And that's how it look like. Now next thing, whenever user select, right, we want to also save that data. So let's add a state called constant selected caption style, set selected caption style is equal to use state, and on the click we want to add on click event to this div. Inside that we'll set the selected caption style as option dot name, and we are also going to add this on handle input change. But here, instead of just saving the name, we are going to save complete object for that particular option. So obviously which contain the name and the style as well. Now that I'm going to return back and then save it. Next, depend on the selected one, we need to add a conditional styling. So we'll wrap in a curly braces and then we'll simply, okay, so here we have some issue, I don't know why. Okay, so this code. And now inside the dollar sign, we'll add a selected caption style is matches with the option dot name and then we'll simply add a border. And if I select this one, you will see it's get selected. Here we have error that selected or caption style is not defined. So that's because this need to be a set selected caption style because you are setting the value and boom, say. Now if you see each of them, user can able to see which one is selected and what are the selection he made. And the last thing that is remaining is to add a button. So inside this div, we'll add a button and it will simply say generate video. Now here also I'm going to add an icon. So want sparkle and save it. And here if you see we have this button. Now just increase this size of button. So here we say class name width to full, margin top to 5 and I think we are good. See, perfect. And that's how our form is now ready. Now once your user add the selection, right, or if user miss something, we have to check on the click of generate video if user made all the selection or not. And once if he make all the selection, then on the click of generate, we need to call an API which will generate the video styles, the images, the voice, which means audio file and the caption as well. That is one of the important part of the any application. And obviously for this one, we are going to walk through the complete flow so that you can understand how we gonna generate this particular video. Now before moving to the next chapter, we also wanted to add the preview when users select the style and the caption which we want to show how it looks on the video, and that preview we're gonna add on the right hand side. So let's go back to our application and we are going to create a new component. We'll say preview.jsx. We'll add a default template and then inside the page over here we'll add this preview component. And right now if you see, just text preview is showing on the screen. Obviously for this grid I will give a gap of let's say 7, so some space between these two. Now we already have the form information, right, and this form information we are going to pass to this preview data as a form data. Then inside the preview we'll accept it as a form data, and then from this form data we want to show the image, right? So simply we'll add an image source and the arrow function. So now in order to fetch an image from the form data, we need to write constant selected video style is equal to, here we'll say form data, let's say form data, and form data means we'll check if the form data is not there or not, and here we'll say find item, so inside the form data we again have the this need to be little different. So here if I go to the video style, make sure to export these options, right, because we only have the name and from the name we need to get the image. So basically here we'll say options from the video style dot find, here we'll say item, then item dot name is matches with the form data dot video style, then that particular selected video, then we have this particular object, and from that object we'll just get the image. And then in alt tag you can add the selected video dot name. Inside the width we'll add, let's say 1000, height we'll add, let's say 300, and save it for now. So let's go back. Right now if you see we have an error, right? So that's error. Let's add an optional field. And right now if you see we don't have any option, but if I select any of them, so right now again we have the error saying cannot read property of undefined fine. So let's see why. So here we have the spelling mistake which need to be a style, so that's why. And now if you see we have the image. Now if I select this one, you will see perfect, right? Obviously we need to give some width and height for this one. So I will add a class name. Here we'll say width to full, height to, let's say 400 pixel, or we'll simply add the height, vertical height of the screen. Let's save it, and obviously stretch. So here we'll say object cover, and I think we are good. See, perfect, right? So whichever I select, it will display it on the screen. I will also add a rounded, a large, or make it Excel. And on the top of that one, when user select the caption, that caption style also we want to save, right? So simply I'm going to add an h2 tag. Here we'll add a form data. The form data dot, here we have the captions dot, and the name of the caption, I think that's name. Let's see if I select this neon and it doesn't work. So I will just check the captions, and here on the handle input change we forgot to pass the field name. So here this need to be a field name called caption, right? This is very important, otherwise it will not save inside your form data. I will refresh this once. I will select the image, and still it's not saving. I will just make sure it's a name only. So let's go back and see what's the issue inside the preview. So we have the form data, then from the caption, it's not captions, and if you see now it's showing perfect. Now obviously we need to apply some that style, the similar style, right? So here I will add a class name, and here we have form data dot caption dot style, because inside the caption we have the object, and which inside that we have the name and the style. And if you see whatever the style I select, that is getting applied. Now we want that on the top of this image. So basically here I'm going to, I will just add in a tag something like this, and this will add in a $sign, and then we'll say absolute position and save it. Let's see where it is. For this particular div I will make sure to change this to relative, and then here we'll say bottom, let's say 4. Perfect, right? Also I will make text to be in the center, and we'll give width to full, so it will be in the center of the screen. See, I will give more bottom to 8, so it will little up. So we give 7. Perfect. And now you will see these particular captions as well, and that's how we are going to add the similar way inside our video. But this is just a preview so that user can see on a cinematic how it looks, what caption looks better, and so on. Just one more thing I'm gonna add is the h2 tag, and here we'll say just preview, and margin bottom to, let's say 3. I will just add text to Excel. Perfect. Next, now we need to generate all the content with the help of AI depends on the user selection. Let's walk through the complete workflow first. Now, once we have the script ready, and first thing we need to do is to generate the audio file, which is in the form of MP3. And this audio file, once it is generated, then we need to pass to the caption AI model. It will generate the caption for us. So after this one, we are going to generate the image prompt, right, in order to generate the image. And this image prompt we need to generate, which is depends on the script. So obviously we need to relate it what are the script that we have, and depends on that script we need to generate the similar kind of image. And for that one again we are going to use AI model. And at the last we are going to generate the image depends on the image prompt. Now basically we have all the information which we need in order to generate the video. But all of this information we need to save to our database, and once we save into the database, it will generate a unique ID, and this unique ID is nothing but our video ID. Okay, that we gonna see later on. But to execute all of these steps, to make an API call, to generate an different AI models call, right, it will take some time. And in locally it will perfectly working fine if you are directly using inside the API. But once you deploy it on the server like a Vercel for example, because it's a free, right, it only have the 15 seconds of API timeout option, right? So once you start executing the API, if the API takes more than 15 seconds, then it will give you the error saying the timeout issue, right? And many users face this issue because with a Vercel API free model you cannot execute more than 15 seconds. And sometimes depends on the script, it might take some time to execute this one. And for that one we are going to use an ingest. Ingest is the service which you can run your API in a background. So you don't need to worry about how they are executing. They will execute step by step, one after other, and everything that we want to learn it obviously. After this, once we start execution of this all the API and all, then in meantime whatever the pending video we have, we will redirect you to the dashboard. On that dashboard user will see that your video is generating, right? And we're gonna check every 55 seconds that video is there or not. We'll just ping him every 5 seconds, okay, to the Convex database. Sometimes as you know that Convex is a real-time database, so that also we're gonna check without making the ping every 5 seconds whether it will return the data immediately or not. So everything we're gonna check it, so don't worry about that. But the main important thing here that we need to use the ingest function. So simply go to the ingest.com, and if you see on this ingest is basically used for queuing, and if you have a long running API call you can use the ingest. They will take care of everything and you don't need to worry about anything. Okay, in my many of previous video I use this ingest and the experience with it's wonderful. So basically you don't need to create an account yet, okay, only when you want to deploy. I'm going to tell you how can you deploy this ingest on cloud, okay. But before that, simply go to the documentation, or you can click in the link in the description. After that make sure to select the Next.js, and if you scroll down little bit, make sure you have app router selected. Here we already have the project running, so you don't need to worry. So first thing you need to do to install the ingest, so copy this command and inside the terminal we'll paste it here, okay. So it's just saying npm install ingest, then we'll run this ingest dev server. Now this ingest dev server will run locally, okay, so there is no issue, any lag or anything, so you can just run it locally. Here say yes, I want to proceed. And now if you see, your ingest function is running on localhost 8288, and here we have this beautiful dashboard. So first thing, it's on the run, you will see whatever the method or function are running. These are the streamline. Then you will see your application over here, and inside the function, so whatever the function you're gonna write for inside the ingest, here it will display that. Obviously you're gonna see how it works. Next thing, if I go to this ingest function, if you see we already running it perfectly fine. Now we are going to create a new folder called ingest, and inside that we need to create a client.ts. So I will just copy this complete path, and inside the root directory, okay, so let's go to the root directory, and inside here we'll create a file. So automatically it will create the ingest folder and then this client.js file. Inside this client.js, I will copy all of this content and paste it here. You can give any application name. Here we'll say AI YouTube short generator, okay, and then save it. After this, you need to create an API. So if you see inside the API folder, you need to create a new folder called ingest, and inside that you need to create a route.js file. So simply go to the app folder where we have this API, and inside the API we'll create a ingest folder. Don't make any spelling mistake here, okay, that is very important. And then we need to create a route.jsx file. Now paste this content as it is and then save it. Now whenever you write any ingest function, you just need to define over here, that we will see in a moment, but I will just remove this ingest and make sure it is importing correctly, okay, from the ingest client, and then save it. Now next thing is to write your first ingest function. Now we are following this all the guide step by step because we will not miss any step over here, and our ingest will see whether it's working perfectly fine or not. Now inside the ingest folder we need to create a function.ts file, or js in our case. So here we'll create a function.js, and simply we're gonna copy this hello world function. Obviously you can create on your own name, right? Now simply the syntax is ingest.create function, then you need to give id and the event name. Now this event name should be unique every time. So most probably I will give id and event with the same name, okay? And then inside the asynchronize you can write your logic. So in this case it just sleep for 1 second and then it will return hello, and if you pass any email, then that email. Let's save this one, and you need to add this function which you created inside your route.ts file. So inside the route.jsx, in our case, inside under the API folder, I'm gonna add the hello world, which is this ingest function, right? And then simply save it, and that's all you need to do. Now simply go to a ingest, and let me refresh the screen. Here you will see your application automatically gets synced, and inside the function you will see a function name with a hello world, okay? This is the event name and for our application, and this is the application app URL, which is the API URL endpoint. Now if you want to invoke this function, just click on invoke, and here if you want to pass anything, let's say email, okay? So let's say email, here we'll say accounts@tubeguruji.com, and then we'll say invoke function. Now as soon as it invoke, you will see it was showing running initially, and now it's saying completed because it's wait for 1 minute, 1 second, and that's what it mentioned inside this function, and after that it executed. Now if you click on this one, you will see all the details, the event payload, inside the data, as you know that we send this email, and in the return it's saying message hello world. Now the most important thing here, you will see all the step-by-step execution. Right now we are just running only one step, so that's the reason it's saying wait a minute, and that's all, but nothing else is there. But if you are running 4-5 execution at a time, it will show all at once, and that we are going to see next. Not only that, but it will also tell you how much time it takes, when it executes, and everything. How cool, right? And this is very important when you are running any big application with a big workload. Another ingest is free to use, okay? So you can use it for a free, and if you have any question about the ingest, you can ask on my Telegram, on Discord channel, as well as you can ask directly on their Discord channel as well. So that's how our ingest is now ready to use. If you don't want this hello world, you can just remove, but for the testing purpose, I will keep as it is. And inside this function now, we are going to write all of this API call, okay, or AI model call in order to generate all of this data. Now we are going to generate the content one by one. As I told you before that we are going to generate the audio file first, and by providing the script, and we already have the script ready, right? Now in order to generate this audio file, we are going to use an AI Guru lab. Now AI Guru lab.tech, I will put the link in the description. On this particular platform, you can generate free AI images, as well as you can even convert text to speech. It means you can generate the audio file from your script. The most important is free to use. So even though as I told you in the very beginning that whatever the content that we are going to use or services which we are going to use in this particular course is free. So simply, if you don't have an account, create a new account, and then AI Guru Lab will give you the 100 free credits. Now for each image generation or for audio file, it will just use only 1 credit at a time. So you can generate a lot of video with the free credits. Now, and on the dashboard, we have simple use, how many image you generated, files you generated, and inside the playground, you can even test each of the model, right? So right now they have 2 model, image generation and text to speech, and they are bringing some more models. Now let's consider you want to generate the image. Here you have option to select the model. I will select this HDXL, and simply you can add an input. Now let's consider I will paste this particular input, okay, and you can even select the width, height, whatever you want, and then you have the option to change the height. And once you add it, just click run. And right now it will take some few seconds to run this, and boom, if you see, it generated the beautiful AI image. Now this particular model is very fast than ChatGPT's DALL-E model, and also it's very cheap, right? The ChatGPT's DALL-E model is quite costly, and this particular model is quite cheap as well. Same thing, once you have the script, you can just add the script, and you can select the different voice, which I told you in the previous section, that how can we add the or use this voice, right? You can select any of voice and simply run it, and then it will generate the MP3 file. It also give you the exact MP3 URL which is hosted on their platform, so you can directly use it immediately. Now after this, you can even click on the view code, and this is the some few line of code that you need to use it in order to generate the file as well as the image as well. How cool. Now under this API keys, it will generate a unique API key which you can use it, okay, and then under the credit section you will see that how many credits are left, and if you want to buy more credits you can buy, and if you see, it's quite cheap and the very less price. So just go ahead, try this out, and as I told you, it's free to use as well. Now first thing, as I told you, that we need to create a file. So let's go back to our application, and inside the ingest function, so go to the ingest functions. Here we are going to write a new function. So here we want to simply create export constant, the function name here we say generate video data is equal to ingest dot create function. Inside this you need to provide ID, so I will simply add generate video data, and the event name I will keep the same, so here we'll say event generate video data. Let's give comma over here, and then inside the async it has event and then the step and the arrow function. Now our steps are very important concept. The reason is whenever you execute this particular audio file generation logic, then only it will go to the next step and so on, right? And it will not skip any of the step. If any of the API is failed, then ingest will automatically retry for 3 times. Okay, you can also mention the value, but it will retry it to get the data, and if it's not, then at the last it will fail. But even though if your AI model is busy, then it will wait and then try it again. That's how it will works. You comma over here as well, and then inside this, first thing we need a logic to generate audio file in mp3 format, then generate captions, generate image prompt from script, and the last we want to generate images using AI model, right? And then we'll save all data to database. So these are the some logic we need to run. So first step is to generate the audio file. So here we'll say constant generate audio file is equal to await, and here we'll say step dot run. Right now, first step we wanna run this one, and inside this you need to add the method name. So we'll say generate audio file again, and then async method and the arrow function like this. Okay, now it will obviously return the result. So here we'll say return, and whatever result we have, we'll return it later on, and whatever data you return, it will save inside this generate audio file. So in order to generate this audio file now, right, we need to first get the script information. Now we need to pass the data to this event. So in order to get it, first inside just above this one, you need to get the data. So here we'll say script, then we will also get the topic, the title, then we have the caption, I think video style, and what else, I think that's all we have. Okay, the voice as well. Okay, and then here this will get it from event dot data. Okay, we just destructured everything from the event data, because we can pass that data which we're gonna see next. But before that, once we have the script, this script we're gonna use it to convert into audio file. Now from this, let's go to the playground and let's go to text to speech and click on this view code. First we'll define this base URL at the top. So maybe we can define just over here, and then we'll use this logic, so this particular line of code. So we'll pass it up. Sorry, I think I did not copy that, and paste it here. Okay, now we already passing the base URL, and this is the endpoint which is text to speech. Here inside the input you need to pass your script, so that script we pass. Then you need to select the voice, so that voice we need to pass, right? And inside the header you need to pass API key. Now let's save this API key. So from the API key I will copy this, and simply inside the .env.local file we'll say next underscore public AI Guru Lab API key is equal to, and paste this key. Now in order to use it, you can directly use over here. So we'll say process process.env and then environment key. Then the content type, which is JSON, we can keep as it is, and then if you see, it will return the audio. So inside this it will return the mp3 URL. Okay, so that one I will return it. Perfect, and that's all you need to do. At the last, this particular model will return something. So here we'll say return, and we'll simply say generate audio file. Now each step we're gonna test one by one, so that we will not miss anything, and we'll check at every step that whether we are getting a data or not. Okay, so this is the logic to generate the audio file. Let's save everything, and the next step we need to do is to add this particular function inside the ingest API. So go to the API, ingest inside the route.jsx, simply add it here, and not this one, sorry, my bad, this particular method generate video data. or you can just type generate video data, and then this function is imported from this ingest function. Let's save this one. Now, just to verify, let's go to this ingest and the function. You will see the generate video data, right? Obviously, you can invoke this one, right? If I click invoke, you can pass your data. But right now, obviously, we want to call this from the API. So let's go to the API, and here I'm going to create a new folder called generate video data, and inside this we'll create a route.jsx file. Inside here we'll create export async function, and which is the post request, and here we'll get the form data, right? So simply you can say form data, or you can destructurize this one, is equal to await request dot json. Then in order to call the ingest function, we'll simply say await ingest dot send. Okay, and inside this send you need to pass a name or the event name. Okay, so in our case the event name is generate video data, so we have to copy this as it is, and then inside the data you can pass whatever data you want to send. So simply I will say dot 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 form data, that's all, and then save this one. Inside the return, so maybe you can add a constant result is equal to, and then inside the next response.json we'll say result as result, and then save this one. Now this will invoke your function, the ingest function, and then ingest will do his job. You don't need to care anything. Okay, now once you define this API, you need to call this API on the click of generate button. So simply go to the create new video inside the page.jsx, where we have this button called generate video. Now for this button we need to call on click method, and here we'll say generate video. Now this generate video method we need to create like this. Now here we're gonna check if inside the form data a topic is there or not. So here I will say if not topic, or if form data dot script, if it's not there. Also we'll say form data dot I think video style we want, right? So we will check that one as well, and all the value you need to check before proceeding further, right? So here we have form data dot caption or form data dot voice. If it's not there, so it will simply return, or console will console it for now error, and we'll say enter all fields. Okay, perfect. And otherwise we're gonna execute. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await, and we need to make an API call. So I will say Axios, and this will be a post request, so post, and then we need to add an endpoint. So it's API / generate video data. So generate video data, and then inside this we'll say a form data. Okay, so whatever we have we'll send as a form data. Let's make this as async, and then here we'll say console.log result. Perfect. Let's save this and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application, this one, I will refresh this once, and here we'll say some, for example, test, and if I try to generate it and go to the inspect panel, inside the console we'll see it's saying error enter all field. Perfect. Obviously you need to select all the field. Now I will generate the script. Once the script is generated, I will select the one script, then I will select the image style, okay, video style, then you can select the voice, and then you can select the caption. After this, click generate video. So it's still saying this error, enter all field. Let me see why. So that's weird because we selected everything, right? Okay, still I think that's different thing. Okay, but if you see on line page 32, we have the result. Okay, we forgot to return here. Okay, so make sure to return it. But if you see inside the result, we got the ID. This ID is nothing but the ingest ID. Okay, so when you run this, you will see the ingest ID, and it's still running, but it did not execute. And inside the generate audio file, it will show that they tried 3 times and then you got the error. Now you can even find the error, and if you see, it's saying Axios is not defined, right? Now you can just cancel both of these, okay, because it fails because the Axios is not defined. So make sure inside this function you will define this Axios. This is very important, and then save it. So that's how you this ingest also give you where is the error on which API and everything. And once you execute, it will return the ID of the ingest, right? So that you can get to know which function you need to check and everything. So we are getting this error and enter all fields because we are not saving the script, and I just console it, and if you see, the script field is not inside the form data. So simply go to this topic.jsx, and when we click on the script, we are just saving this selected script index, right? So over here, make sure to also add on handle input change for the field script, and then you need to pass the script, so which is just item, and I think let me check what else, item.content, okay, and then save it. Now when you click the any script, and if I go back, okay, obviously we need to click on this generate button, and if you see, it's executed the ingest function. Now we have the ID, and we'll verify whether the ingest function is completed or not. And if you see, it's saying completed this time, right? And in that case, if you see, it generated immediately within a 33 seconds, and boom, we also got the output. Now if I copy this output URL and paste it here,
in 1969, Neil Armstrong took one.
Boom, how cool, right? Your mp3 file is ready, and this is the URL, right? And from that URL you can able to access it, and that's how you need to get the file, audio file. Perfect. It means we are ready to get the caption as well. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. These functions, the ingest function is ready for the audio file. Now next thing, we need to generate the captions. Now we need to keep a track of a record which we are just generating the video data. So for that one, we need to create a new table inside our Convex so that we can store that. So inside the schema.js, we need to define a new schema. So here we'll say video data, and we'll say define table. Inside that, you need to provide all the columns which you want to define. Let's say first the title. So it is of type string. Then the topic, again it is of type string. The script, the script, it is of type string again, and I will copy this for multiple purpose. Okay, so we have the script, then we have the image style, so which is again is of type string. Okay, so this need to be v.string. Then let me copy this one only. The voice, okay, here I believe it's a video style. Then the voice is of type again v.string, and here I added all the remaining column. Okay, I added the image of type VNE and the caption because it's an object. Then if you see, I also added the user ID, okay, and by just providing v.id, and then you need to map which table you want to use that ID, so for the users. And then last we have the created by. Let's save this one and then make sure your convex function is ready. It means you don't have any error, and inside the convex you will see the new table called video data. You can confirm all the fields by just clicking add document and you will see all the fields. Perfect, right? Next, after this one, obviously we gonna create a new convex function, and here we'll write video data.js. Inside this we need to insert the record, right? So similar like this user, you need to create export constant, and we'll name as a create video data mutation, and inside this we need to add arrow function like this. Now we'll accept all the arguments, so I will just paste this instead of writing each of them. Obviously first time we don't have all of these options, right? So those options which are not available, you can make that optional. For example, this one you can make it optional. So in order to make it optional, you need to write v.optional like this. Okay, same thing, all the remaining one I will do like that only. And obviously we need this ID, and I think we are good. Let's save this one, and I will just make sure the convex is ready. It means that's perfectly working. Now over here I will just copy all of this field inside this, right, and along with the user ID and the created by as well, something like this. So these argument we need to take it while creating the video data, and then we'll say handler the async comma here we'll say async the ctx comma db reference, then the arrow function. Now we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx.db.insert, and then you need to provide the table name which is video data and all the fields. So let's say the title, and inside that we'll say arguments. So just a second, this need to be an arguments, okay, not db, and then we'll say arguments dot title. Then we'll add a topic as arguments dot topic. Oops, sorry, this need to be a topic, and I will add the remaining one. So I will just copy this, I will paste it here, and then I will paste everywhere for now, and then we replace with the exact value. Okay, and over here I will just say script video style option voice user ID and then created by. Oops, sorry, here created by, right, as we gave the same name, so it's easy for us. And once you add this, it will return the result. That's all. And this how you can insert the very first, when user click on the generate video data, then you can just call this mutation inside your page.jsx under this generate video, and make sure to add just before this one. Okay, so over here we'll say save video data first. In order to use the mutation, here first define this. So here we say constant create initial video data or initial video record, we can say, is equal to use mutation, and inside this mutation you need to define which API. So in this case video data dot create video data, and just before making a call to our generate video data, here we'll simply say constant result is equal to await create initial video record, and inside this we need to provide all the arguments. Okay, and inside this I'm gonna paste all of this field. Now obviously for the title you'll get it from the form data and all of these fields. Now in order to get the user ID, you can use this our use auth context. From that you will get the user information, and from there we'll get the email and the underscore ID as well. Now if you want to console the response, you can console the response. It will return the inserted record ID, and then here we are calling the generate video data. Right now for testing purpose I will just comment this out and we'll see whether this create initial video record is working or not. So simply let's clean this, and I will click on this generate video data, and if you see it's written the ID of inserted record. Now if I go to the Convex, you will see for the video data now we have the new record with that particular ID. Now for some of the field it's not there because we did not generate it yet, but some basic field like whatever we fetch it from the form, that we are going to be added over here. So we have caption generated by, then we have the script, title, topic, the user ID, and if I click on the user ID, you will see this user ID is linked to that particular user, and then we have video style, voice, and everything. And if I go to this user, you will have that particular user over here. How cool, right? So that's how you need to insert the record. And for the user, if you see, if I hover on this one, you will see that particular user information. And obviously this will run only when you are clicking on the generate video. Now for the handling the loading, right, you will define a loading state. Here we say loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now when you click on generate video, we'll say set loading true, and make sure you'll put it after the if, right, and at the end we'll set the loading as false. Now for this particular button we'll add an indicator. So if there is a loading, then we'll simply add a loader icon, and also let me add a question mark, and over here the ternary operator, and for this one I will add animate spin class, so it will give you the spin animation. And also I'm going to disable this button when the loading is true. Perfect. Let's save all together, and if I go to the page.jsx and let's test this out. So I will just uncomment this one as well, so that we can test all together. Now it will insert the record as well as it will generate the audio file. So here we'll add some title. We'll say let's say historic story. Okay, so I will click the historic story, will generate the script. Then you can select any of the script, you can select the style. Let's select this cyberpunk style. Wow, that's look cool, right? Then you can select the voice and some style. Now when I click generate video, you will see it's loading, and boom. Now if I go to the database, you will see the new record as well. Not only that, but ingest, if I go to this ingest runs, you will see the latest one which is just run, right? Here it's completed, and we also got the mp3, and let's play this.
Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus in 1955.
How cool, right? It also generated the mp3 file for our video. Now next thing, we want to convert our audio file into a captions, and for that caption it has the start time and end time for each words, and for that one we are going to use the dipgram. Now dipgram is a service where you can convert your audio file into a caption, and which help us in our application to give or to add the captions. Now it also provides a lot of different feature, and in product you will find this speech to text option. Another thing is free to use, and you will get a $200 of credit. Now you might have a question how many minutes or how many hours of conversion you can do. So simply if you scroll down, you will see this particular model will charge you 0.0043 per minute. It means you can generate of 46,511 minutes in $200, which equivalent to 775 hours. And in that one, you can generate up to 1 lakhs or 100k videos. That's pretty awesome, right? And as I told you, it's free. Now simply go to the deepgram.com. I will put the link in the description. Just create an account if you don't have one. And once you log in, you will see the dashboard, something like this, right? Now if you see, if you ask you to create an app, you can, but I don't think so. But anyway, let's go to the API key, and here you need to copy the API key. Now inside the documentation, if you see, we have get started for the JavaScript, and if you scroll down, you need to install this deepgram SDK. Make sure to select the JavaScript, and then I will just make sure to install over here. After this, just scroll down. If you have the TypeScript, if you are using, say, then install this .environment, and this is the line, or this is the code in order to use it. So basically you need to define this deepgram first. So just copy that, and inside your functions, now obviously we already have this audio file, so we'll create a new called constant generate captions is equal to await step dot run, and inside this the arrow function. So similar like this one first. I think we forgot to define the name, so over here we'll say generate captions, and then I will just take a reference of this one async function. So here we'll say async, something like this. Now inside that, let's add this deepgram with the create client. Obviously it is importing from the deepgram SDK, and then you need to add this deepgram API key. So inside the environment file, I will add next underscore public deepgram API key is equal to, and we'll get this API key. We'll create a new API key. Here we'll say YouTube short generator, and if you can put the duration if you want, and then simply create a key. Now once you copy this key, go back to your .env and then paste it here. Now simply make sure to copy this. I will close all of this tab and simply paste it here. Okay, now once your deepgram is initialized, then simply from the documentation you need to execute the second step, okay, which will help us to convert your audio file into caption. So here I will paste it. Now I will just make sure everything is good. Over here now we need to pass an mp3 generated file from the previous step. Obviously you can use this generate audio file over here, because in that one you will get the mp3 file, and that one you need to pass. Now you can pass the model. I will pass the same model because it's cheap and the latest one. And smart format, I will remove that one. Okay, so I'm not sure whether we want to pass that or not. And then last, if there is error, it will throw the error, and otherwise we'll get the result. Okay, so simply we'll return the result. Okay, so maybe we need to write outside of this one. Perfect. And I think that's all we need to do, and save it. Now for the testing purpose, I don't want to execute this audio file. So what I will do, I will comment, let's comment everything. So we don't want this one, but I will comment this line of code and this one as well, and I will simply return this mp3 URL, so which we already have, I believe. So I will copy this from here as well. I don't think so I can able to copy. You can get it from this, see it's there. So you can just paste it, and this particular mp3 URL it will return, and then inside the generate caption we'll get the result. Now obviously first thing we'll just return this generate caption so that we can test inside the ingest function whether we are getting the caption or not. And now let's test this out. So let's go back to your application, and inside the inspect we'll go to the console and simply generate the video. Now the record is inserted, we got the response, and inside the ingest we'll see, let's go to the ingest, it's saying it's completed, and in the output you will see the data which is returned from the caption. Now let's see what is inside. So basically again we have the metadata inside that, and then we have the results. Inside the result we have channels and the alternative, and if you see this is the transcript, but we don't want because we already have the script, right? But we need this word section, okay? And inside the word you will see all the captions. Now when this word start with the end time and the start time, and we got it for each of the word, and that is very important for us. Now the question is how to get these words. So basically you can access using the results dot channels. So let's get that. So here we'll say result dot channels, then alternatives. So inside that I think we need to get the first element from the channel, then alternatives, and inside the alternatives we need to get words. So again it's a first element and then words, okay? I will add this optional field so that we will not get any error, and let's test this out now. Now we are expecting this only words, okay, this list only. So let's test this out. So basically I will again click on generate video, and over here inside the ingest, if you see it's still running, okay? And okay, it's look like it failed, because if you go to this attempt 0, it's saying cannot read property of 0. So that's pretty weird, because I think then we mismatch something over here. Okay, before that let's cancel this, okay? It automatically get cancelled after some time, but I mostly cancel it, and let's see what's the issue. Okay, so here we have spelling mistake, so it need to be a channels and all. Let's test this out again. Now also make sure it's inside the result we again have the results and then all of this, okay? So make sure to add that. And now if you want to test this, let's go back and I will just click on generate video, and now it's execute. Our ingest function might be ready, okay, it's still running, and now it's completed, and boom, if you see we got the output with only words, and that's what we needed. Obviously later on we are going to save this one, but make sure you are getting this, because this is very important and for the caption, because it has a start and end time, and depends on when you play the audio for the video, depends on this particular time we are going to show the caption on the screen. Now the next part is to generate the image prompt. In order to generate that one, we need to pass a script. Along with, we also want to pass the video style, right? Whether it's a cinematic or it's a cartoon style or whatever, right? And let's go back to our application, and inside here, inside the function.js, I already added this image prompt script, okay? So it's just generating the image prompt for the given style. That style we need to provide, and then for how many seconds. Over here we are also going to provide the script and all of this information. And inside here in AI Studio, I also added or tested this example, and if you see it's returning me with the image prompt. Perfect, right? So I will also make sure, because I don't want this text, so let's create a new prompt and we'll run this one. It's still generating this. That's pretty weird. and now we are getting the JSON response only. Now this is important because when you are generating any information, it will give you the same kind of response, right? Now click on the get code here. You just need to copy this particular section, okay, because we already have AI model set up, and just inside the AI model I will add this, and simply I will rename this to, let's say, generate image script, and I will export this one so we can use it. Now simply close this tab, and here next step is to, let me close this one as well, and here we'll say constant generate image prompts is equal to await step dot run. Inside that we need to say generate image prompt and then async function and the arrow function like this. Now inside this one we are going to simply write constant, or yeah, let's say constant result is equal to await generate image prompts dot send message. So make sure, I don't know why, whether it's imported or not. I don't think so it's get imported. So from the AI model, let me go to this AI model first. So I will just copy this, yeah, and now it's imported, and then we'll say send the message, and we need to add the prompt. Now to this prompt, if you see, we have this style which we need to replace, and then we have the script that also we need to replace, right, before providing the final prompt. So here we'll say constant, we'll say final prompt is equal to prompt, or we'll say image prompt, just me undo, image prompt script dot replace, and here first thing we need to replace is style with video style, and again I will add one more replace. You can get this down with a script, and whatever script we have I will replace with that one. Now this final prompt I'm going to pass over here, and then finally we'll get the response is equal to result dot response dot text. Okay, now this is in the form of string, so you need to convert this into JSON dot parse, and then we'll simply return the response in this case. Okay, and now this generate image prompt, I'm gonna return it so that we can test it. If you want, you can just comment this generate caption for now, okay, but later on at the end we're gonna uncomment everything because we want to see that each function is executing correctly. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So let's go back to your application, and over here I think we already have all the selection. Perfect. Now just simply click generate video. Now we don't have any error, but if I go to the ingest, if you see, it's still running, and boom, now it's completed, and we have this image prompt, the scene content for that particular respect to scene as well. How cool. Now in this case the 4 image prompt is generated, which is quite enough for 30 seconds or 20 seconds video, because I'm not sure how many seconds video you generated, but that's pretty good. Now depends on this image prompt. Now we need to generate the image. Now the next part is to generate the image from our image prompt which we generated previously. So for that one I'm going to use the AI Guru Lab image model because it's free and it's quite cheap and faster. Here this is the example that I just generated this image, and if you see how clearly and how beautifully it's generated depends on this particular prompt. Now in order to use it, just click on this view code, as you know that we already used to generate the audio file. So everything is set up already, just you need to copy this line of code and then inside the function, obviously we need to write a new step for the generate image. So over here, similar like this one, let me close this first. We'll say constant generate images is equal to await step dot run. Here we'll say generate images and then async and the arrow function. Now inside this, first thing we'll say let images is equal to empty, because inside these images we need to save all the images which we are going to generate, right, which contain the list of array. And then we'll say images is equal to await with array promise dot all. Now you might have a question why we are doing this, because we are going to execute a number of async event, and that's the reason this is the better way to do that. Now inside here we'll say generate image prompts. So this generate image prompts we are getting from this previous step. Okay, here we'll say dot map and let's say async element and the arrow function. Now here we'll simply paste the code which we copied. Here you can pass whatever the model you want, the width and height for the model, and the most important, this particular input. Now obviously we need to pass the element dot image prompt, because this is the field for that one. If you go to our ingest output which we generated last time, this is the prompt we need to pass one by one. Okay, so over here once we map it, it will execute this, then for second element, third element, and so on. So it depends on how many elements you have at that that time it will generate. Also I will just copy this environment key for the AI Guru Lab API call. So over here I will just paste it, and I think that's all we need. Now you don't need to console this one, but now you just return this. So let me return the result dot data dot image. Okay, and this will return the base 64 image. So you don't need to store anywhere, you can directly store that base 64 string inside your database. Okay, so previously if you are using any third-party AI model library, then you have to store the image on your own server, which cost you more. So in this case you don't need to do that. And once you save everything, I'm going to write this over here. Okay, generate image. So we'll check whether we are getting the images or not. And before that, so inside here, just before this, we'll return the images. Okay, so whatever the images we got over here, we'll return, so that inside the generate images we get the output inside the ingest to verify. So let's test this out. So over here let's clean and we'll say generate video. Now go to the ingest function and still it's running. Now the audio file is already executed. If you see, the image prompt also generated, and now it's executing the images, and that's also completed. And inside the output you will see the base 64 image. Now it has the, obviously it has the 4 images. Okay, but everything is base 64, so it's hard to check, but yeah, it generated 4 images because we have the 4 prompt. So that's how you need to generate the image. And anytime if you want to check, you can go to your AI Guru Lab dashboard. Here you will see now count might increase. It now increased to 47, and if you scroll down, this is the image which is just generated. Okay, now this is all base 64. If you see, actually 5 image generated totally. So next thing, once we have all of this data, it's time to save into the database. Now after generating all the data which is required for the video, we need to save that into our database so that we can use it anytime. So in order to save it, we need to update the existing record, because we are inserting the record to the database when we are creating the, or click on the generate video, right? And from that one, if you remember, we are getting this new record ID which is get inserted. Now this ID we also need to pass to this function so that we will update that exact document. So basically, let's go to the this create new video page, and here we are getting the response. Now this response is nothing but an ID. So here also I'm going to pass the record ID is equal to the response only. Okay, so obviously this response contain the ID of inserted record. Then simply go to the generate video. Here along with the form data we can, okay, we also have the ID, so that's fine. Over here just we need to fetch, let me go to the function, and over here we need to fetch it something like this, the record ID. Okay, now once we have the record ID, we can just use inside this function. And now first thing, obviously we need to write a function to update the record. So inside the Convex video data, after creating video, here we need to write export constant update video record, and here we'll say mutation because it again the update, right? So we need to write mutation. It will take an arguments, and inside the argument there are a couple of arguments we need to get. The first, which is the ID, here we'll say record ID is of type ID, and then the type is video, or table name is video data. Then the audio URL as v.string. After that we have the images. So I will just make sure the field name, so I want all the field name to be similar. So I think it's optional over here. So let's go to the schema. So it's the images only. Then we have the caption JSON. So inside the caption JSON, we are going to say all the caption. So here we'll say is of type string, and that's all we needed. Then here we'll say handler async ctx, arguments, and the arrow function. Now here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot, here we'll say patch, and patch is used to update the fields which you want to update, right? So that's why we are using patch. Here you need to provide the ID. So we'll say record ID, so that you can access from the arguments dot record ID, and then the field which you want to update. So in this case we want to update the audio URL with an arguments dot audio URL, then the caption JSON using arguments dot caption JSON, and the images dot arguments dot images. Okay, so these three fields we want to update, and then we'll simply return the result and save it. Okay, now let's go to the function and let's call it here. So we'll say constant, I will close this for now, and here we'll say generate, or not generate, but we'll say update db. I will just say db, and here we'll say await step dot run. Inside that we'll say update db and async. Now over here we need to call that Convex API. Now you cannot use the use mutation inside this. Okay, so for in order to use the Convex, you need to use a Convex HTTP client. Okay, so it's quite easy. First define constant Convex is equal to new Convex HTTP client, and then here we'll say process dot env, and then you need to use the Convex URL. So over here if you see we have this Convex URL, that Convex URL you need to use it and save. Now once you define the Convex, Here we'll simply add constant result is equal to await convex dot mutation, and then inside that we'll define the API dot video data dot update video record, and then you need to provide all of this information. Let's add a record ID first. Then we have audio URL. Now for now I'm going to pass everything as empty. Okay, the reason is I just wanted to check. So these are the string I'm going to pass, and audio, the empty array, and then here we have the empty string and the record ID, and simply here we'll say return result, and I want to see the update db result over here. Now I'm going to comment this and this one as well, because I don't want to unnecessarily execute all of these steps. Okay, otherwise again it will charge me on the dashboard, and I don't want to unnecessarily use my credits. So save this one, and I think we are good on this part. So let's go back to our application and simply let's say generate video. Now video is generated. If I go to the ingest, make sure it's still running, and if you see we have the error. So let's see what's the issue. So over here if you see the value does not match the validator. So I think for a caption JSON there is some issue. So caption JSON we added it as a string, that's why. So we need to make this as a type any. Okay, so make sure you will make the caption JSON type any. I will delete this document for now, and we have the I don't think so we have caption JSON. So let me see inside our Convex. Okay, it's running perfectly, and let's go to the function now. Let's save it and let's test this again, because we want the caption is of type any, because we want to store it as a list of all the object, right? That's why. Now let's refresh the application once and test this out. So I will close this, and here we'll add test 1. Let's create the kid story. So we'll generate the script. Here we have the script. We'll select the cartoon style. You can select the voice, and then you can select the caption and simply click generate video. So it's quite quick. But inside the ingest you will see it's completed. Right now it's showing null because it's not returning any data, but for confirmation, if I go to the Convex database, you will see now audio URL is an empty string, caption JSON is with the empty array, and images with the empty array as well. How cool, right? Now all the data are there. We are also able to successfully generate all this information. Now I will just uncomment each of them, and then we'll do a final testing. So over here I will uncomment this, and we don't want this anymore. And another important thing, now we'll replace with the actual value. So here we'll say generate audio file. Inside the caption we'll say generate caption, and for images we'll say generate image, or generate images only. Okay, and I think that's all we needed. Now over here, whatever you want to write, you can just return that information. So we'll say executed successfully, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, refresh the screen, and here we'll say test 2. Let's create a kid story again. We'll generate the script. Now after selecting the script, select the style. Here we'll select the voice, and then I will select this particular caption, and now we'll say generate video. It's quite quick, right? And after this one, we obviously want to navigate to the home screen, but if I go to the ingest, it's still running, and right now it's executing the caption, the prompt is generated, audio file is generated, and here you will see the live section, and boom, image is generated, update database, and finally we got the output saying executed successfully. Now inside the database, here we have the audio file, then we have the captions, then we have the caption JSON, which are all of this caption. Then inside the images, here you will see all the images, right? And it is in the form of base64, so you don't need to save anywhere. Then we have the script, the topic, we are the title of the project, video style, and everything. How cool! And you are now ready to generate the video, because we already have all the data which is needed to create any YouTube short video. So guys, that's how you need to use the ingest in order to run your all the functions. Now here, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now this is very important part of our application. Now once user start generating the video, we need to save the video status as a pending one. Right now in our video data, we don't have column called status, which will track whether the video generation is completed or not. So we need to add that particular new column which will keep a track of our status. And also we need to update the user credits. So whenever user generate the video, and when it start generating in the background with the help of ingest, then we also want to update the user credits. So let's go back to our application, and first thing that we need to do is to update the schema for the video data. So go to this Convex schema.js, and here you just need to add a new column called status. Right now I'll make this as optional because we already have the data, right? And then here we'll add v of type string and then save it. Now if I go to this Convex, here it's saying it's ready. But if I go back to our application and refresh this, you might not see the, okay, so now if you see, we have this status called unset. Okay, so obviously what I will do, I will make this as a pending for now. Okay, so that we'll get to know. Next, whenever we are adding the data at very first time, that time we need to add the status as a pending one. So inside this video data, where we have the create video data, and inside that I'm going to simply add the status as pending. Okay, because here this is the create video data, right? And with the basic information we are adding the video data, right? So that time we need to add a status as a pending. And once we call this update video record, that time we'll change the status to completed. Otherwise you don't need to make any changes anywhere. Okay, so make sure to update these two things, and from next time you will see the status pending, and once your video generation is complete, then it automatically changed to completed. Now another important thing here, we need to update the, let me go back to our application, the user credit as well. So for that one, either you can make the update inside this update video record by passing the credits, or you can just write a new method over here inside the user to update the user credits. So basically let's do one thing. Let's go to the create new video, and inside the page.jsx, right, here we are sending the form data, the record ID which we want to update, and along with that we are going to pass the user credits. So not here, over here we'll say credits, and simply we're gonna add user dot credits. Okay, I will just make sure the column inside the user is credits only. Okay, now once we pass this user credits, then inside our ingest function, so go to the ingest function, over here we'll get the credits. Okay, so you can accept that credits from the event data, or we can just do one thing. Let me will not pass over here. Okay, basically I will just remove from here as well, and inside this create initial video record, at that time only we will update the user record. Okay, so let's do it here just by passing the credits as user dot credits. Okay, so inside this create initial video record, let's go to this video data, and here I'm going to add that. So we'll accept the credits as v dot this need to be a number, so number, and then save it. Now make sure whatever the credits you pass, right, you need to do the -1 when you are saving it. Okay, so inside this one I'm going to write one method. So over here we'll say constant, we'll say await ctx dot db dot patch, and here we need to pass the users. Now inside that we only want to update the one record, which is the credits, and here from the arguments I will say credits. Okay, but you have to do -1, so I will just wrap this and then -1, so it will update the credits of the user. And then I think let's save it, and that's all you need to do. I think we are good for now. Okay, and let's test this complete scenario. So I will create a new video, so I will refresh the screen, and here we'll say let's say you want to create a motivational video. Then I will select the some topic, then we'll say generate script. Now after generating the script, we'll select either of one. Okay, then you can select the different style. So we'll select this let's select the GTA style. Okay, we'll select this voice, and we'll select this caption, and now we'll say generate video. Now here we have the error. Okay, that's not good, but let's see inside the ingest whether we have anything. So nothing is executed because we have the error, and that's the reason it doesn't go through it. Okay, so let's see what's the issue. So inside the page, okay, where we are passing the credits, and inside the video data we use this patch as well. The problem over here is we are updating the record. Here we need to pass the ID of the user and not the table name. So here I'm going to simply add arguments dot uid, because if you see we are already passing the uid over here. Okay, and that once you pass the uid, Convex will automatically detect in which table you want to make the update. How cool, right? So let's save it and let's test this out. Now I selected all of this information. So the topic, the kids story I'm going to make. Here we'll select the caption, and you can select the different type of, let's select this white, or let's select this one only, and we'll say generate video. So I think we are good, and if you see now credit is updated from 3 to 2. Currently the status of our video, I think, let me go over here, so it's saying pending. Okay, now if I go back, it's still running, and once it's okay, so now this one is completed. Now if I go over here, you will see the status of this one is now showing completed. Okay, just ignore the second one because this is the tested one. Okay, I was testing that, but now the status is automatically saying completed. Perfect. Now this second one I kept it as a pending because we want to test another scenario, but right now whatever the logic we return, everything is working as expected. Now next thing we want to implement, let me go back to our application, is on the home screen. On the home screen we want to show all the video, users video which is generated, right? So I will go back to this home screen, and here we need to fetch all the users video, so similar to this one, and when the video is generating, then we need to show the section like generating. Now on the home screen where we are going to show my videos, and if you see when the video is in the pending status, means it's generating in the background, then we need to show the generating kind of card, and whatever the already generated video, we are going to show the video. Once user click on that one, then we are going to play the actual video. So, and we also need to make sure if user don't have any video, then we want to show empty message that you don't have any video. You can create a new one. So first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside here let's go to the dashboard, because this is the default page we have, and I will just make sure this is the default page. Now over here I will add h2 tag, will say my videos, will add a class name, will say font bold text 3XL, and save it. Now we'll create a new component under the dashboard, we'll say underscore components, and inside that we'll say video list .jsx. Add a default template and then add this video list inside this dashboard page. Now inside the video list, let's define a state called video list is equal to use state. And whenever the video list is empty, so here let's say video list dot length is equal to 0, then we want to show an empty message that you don't have any video. So over here I'm going to simply show the logo of the video / logo.svg. we'll give width, let's say 60, height to 60, and we'll see how it looks on the screen. As we are using the use state, so we'll make this component on the client side, so we'll mark it as a use client. And I don't know why it's not showing. So okay, so maybe it's a logo.svg, that's correct. Okay, so here we need to set the video list as an empty one, and now if you see we have this logo. Now let's bring in center of the screen. So here we make a flex column, item to be in the center, justify center, and margin top to let's say 28. Okay, below we'll write you don't have any video created, create new one. And here we'll add a class name, margin, not margin, but here we'll say text gray, let's say 400, and we'll increase the size, we'll say large. Now for this div, in order to give gap, we'll say gap of 5. Okay, and after that we'll simply going to add a button as well. We'll say create new video. Now on the click of this button, you know that where to go. So here we'll add a h reference, we'll say create new video. And then save it. Now over here we have this empty state as well. Simply in order to give more better look, I'm going to wrap this. First we'll give some padding, then we'll add a border dash, and then we'll make it rounded XL, something like this. See, and now I think we have this beautiful border and everything. Let's add margin Y, not margin but padding Y to let's say 16. Perfect. And once user click on create new video, if you see it jump to this particular page. Perfect. Now this particular screen or this particular div only enable if user don't have any video. Now next thing, we need to fetch the user video list. So here inside one method called get user video list, and inside that we need to fetch all user videos. Then for that one, let's go to the Convex video data, and inside that we need to write a query to fetch all user video. So here we'll say export constant get user videos. We'll say query because we want to fetch the record, and inside that we provide the arguments. Now inside the argument you have two options, either you can pass the user ID or you can pass the email as well. Let's pass the user ID. So here we'll simply add UID as v dot id, and then we need to provide the table name, which is user. So I will just make sure it's users with a S. Then let's add a handler, async, and the arrow function. Inside that let's add ctx slash arguments, and then we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, and then you need to provide the table name, which is the video data. Now we want to fetch depends on the user's ID, right? And if you remember, we already have a column called UID, so we'll use that one. So here we'll say filter, then we'll say q dot equal to, and then q dot fill. Inside this field you need to provide the field, which is the UID, and then we need to compare with our user ID. After that you can add order by clause as well, and simply say we want in a descending order. Okay, and the last we'll need to collect all the data, so we'll say dot collect, then simply return the result, and that's all. Let's save everything, and now your get user video query is now ready. Now in order to use inside this video list, simply define a convex first is equal to use convex, and over here we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query, and inside that you need to define that query, which is from the API. So we'll say API dot video data dot get user videos. Okay, and then you need to pass the user ID. Now this user ID obviously you can get it from our auth context. So here we'll say user is equal to use auth context, and we'll say user ID as user dot underscore ID. Now this ID is nothing but our convex ID only. Okay, that's we already saving. Now here pass the async, and we'll just simply console the result before saving into our state. Now inside the use effect we'll call this use effect only when the user information is available. So we'll say user and video, the method that we want to call, which is get user video list. Let's save it and let's test this out. So right now if I go to the inspect panel and inside the console, you will see now we have this two video. Perfect. Now let's save this in one state. Obviously we already have this video list, so simply we'll say set video list with a video list, or not video list, with the result, my bad. Okay, so once we save this one, now if I refresh the screen, you will not see this particular screen, because now you have the data, right, and that empty state or empty div is no longer visible on the screen. So here I will add a question mark, and then then I will add the ternary operator with our own div. Okay, now next thing we need to iterate this video list. So we'll say video list dot map. Here we'll say item, or we'll say video comma index, and the arrow function. Inside the div I will add one more div, let's keep one div only, and here we'll add an image. So we'll say image, the close tag, then source. Inside this source we'll say have video dot. Now what we need to do, we need to show the image of the video. So inside the console, if you see the response, we don't have the video, but inside the images we will show the first image every time. So simply we'll say images of 0. That's all, because we already have the array of all the image list. Okay, and from that one we will show the first image only. In the alt tag, I'm going to show video dot title. Then we'll add some width. Let's say give width of 500, height to 500, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see right now we only have 2 video created. That's why it's showing 2. Okay, but obviously one of the video we mark the status as a pending because we want to add the pending scenario as well on the screen. That we will do in some time. But before that, let's align everything. Okay, so once we define this image, here I will add a class name, and inside this class name we'll say width full, we'll say object cover, and I want a corner rounded, and most important, you can even provide the aspect ratio. Okay, so here we'll say aspect, and you can define your own ratio, let's say 2:3. Okay, so even though if you change the screen size, it will maintain this aspect ratio. It doesn't matter with the screen size then. Okay, and for this div we'll add a class name. We'll make it grid column 2 when the screen size is small. On the larger screen we'll say grid column 3, and on Excel we'll say grid column, let's say 5. Also we'll give gap of 4, margin top to 10. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. And if you see, this is how it will look like. Now if I change the screen size, okay, and if you see the aspect ratio is still same. How cool, right? So it's not changing our images aspect ratio. So that is very, very important. Now once we have this information, we also want to add one div. Inside the div we'll add a h2 tag in order to show the project title. So here we'll say video dot title, and then save it. So if you see, that title is showing, and also we want to show when the video is get created, right? So we'll say h2. Inside that we have video dot underscore creation time. Now this time is automatically added by the Convex. If you remember, we don't have this column inside our schema, but Convex automatically add that particular column inside your record. So that is very helpful, right? And if I added this underscore creation time, you will see that time over here. But wait, if you see, this is not an actual time, this is a timestamp, right? So we need to convert this timestamp into a specific time. So for that one, I'm going to use one library called moment. So just install using this npm I moment, then click enter. Now this library is so powerful that you can convert any type of date into any specific format. Okay, let me go to this moment.js library. Let me show you. So this is the library, and if you see, we have a bunch of different format for that one, and you can use any format whatever you want. Now in order to change the format of this one, first we'll say moment, make sure to import this, we'll pass the timestamp, and then we'll simply say from now, and then you will see the magic. So let's go back, and here now it's saying you created this 16 minutes ago. Here this one you created 21 hours ago, and that's how it will show on the screen. Cool, right? Next we want this both the text on the top of this image. So simply for this div we'll add a class name. We'll make it absolute, but make sure for this div you need to give a class name as a relative. Then we'll say a bottom to, let's say 3. We'll give padding x to 5 and make sure to give width to full. And then now it's on the top of these particular images. Then you can change the size of this one. So here we'll say text smaller and save. And now if I go back, this is how it will look like on the screen. Now we have to add the pending status, and if you see, one of the record have the status as a pending. So basically, instead of showing the image, we are going to just show a empty div. So over here I'm going to add a condition. We'll say video dot status is equal to completed, then we'll show the image, otherwise I'm going to show a div tag. Okay, now for this div tag we'll add a class name, we'll add aspect ratio we'll say 2/3. Then we'll give padding to 5. We'll give width to full. Then we'll make a rounded corner XL as well. Inside this div, we'll add a refresh icon button, and after that we'll simply in h2 tag we'll write generating ... Okay, and if I save this one, go back to your application, you will see this particular card, but it's not aligned perfectly. So let's give a background. I'll use slate 900, and this is how it look like. Let's put all the item in the center of the screen. So we'll say flex item to be in the center and justify center. And for this particular icon, we'll add a class name. We'll simply say animate spin. So it will give the spin effect, and we'll also give gap between these two words, and like this. And now it look like an real thing, right? It's just showing that your video is generating in the background. Now once in the behind, when you start generating your code, you need to check every time whether your video is completed or not. So in order to do that, you need to write one method, and that method will check whether the video is ready or not. So here we'll say constant, and inside that get pending video status and the arrow function. Now inside this get user video list, when we get the list of all the video, inside that we need to find is there any pending video. Okay, so simply we'll say is pending video, and we'll find it. So using the result.find item, and here we'll say item.status is equal to pending. Now once we get the video which having the status pending, then it will show inside this is pending video, and then if is pending video is true, then we'll call this get pending video status method, and inside that we'll pass that pending video information as well. So here we'll say pending video. Now we want to check every 5 to 10 seconds whether our video is ready or not. So simply we'll say constant interval id is equal to, and we need to run the interval. So we need to set it actually. So we'll say set interval. Inside that we'll say async and the arrow function. Here it's your choice after how many seconds you want to run it. Let's say you want to run every 5 seconds. So you can just type pass the value, and inside here we'll add a constant. Obviously here we need to get video data by id, and then we'll check the status. So I don't think so we have the query to get the status of a specific video. So just go to this video data, and here we'll write export constant get video by id, as this is a query. So we'll write query. Inside the arguments we'll write id, or we'll say video id only, and here we'll say v.id, and you need to pass the table name. So this is our table name, so video data that you need to pass. And after that let's add a handler with async ctx and the arguments and the arrow function, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx.db.get, and then just pass this particular video id. So here we say arguments.video id, and automatically Convex will fetch the record from the specific table, and then you can return the result. Now inside the video list, let's get the result. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await convex.query. Here you need to define which query you want to use. So using this api.videodata.get video by id, and then inside that you need to pass a video id. So that video id you can get it from this pending video _id, because inside this pending video we also have this id. So that's why I'm passing this _id. And once every time when it's checked, right here we'll add a condition. If result dot status is matches with a status called completed, then simply we need to clear the interval, and here you need to provide the interval ID which you want to clear. So in this case we'll say the interval ID. Okay, and after that you can say, for example, we'll console video completed. Okay, or we'll say video process completed. And the last, once the video process is complete, then we need to call this get user video list again. Okay, and otherwise we can just console and we'll say executing, still pending, we'll say, and save it. Now let's test all of this code together. So I will go back to our application, and inside the inspect panel just go to the console. Here we'll refresh the screen and we have the error. Let's see what's the issue. So first we need to provide these key properties. So over here we need to add key as an index, and then after refresh you will see it's showing still pending, and every 5 seconds you will see this status until and unless our status change to completed. So let's say we say completed, and now boom, if you see now it's replaced with the actual video image, and now it's not still not pending anymore. So this is very important to add this particular feature so that user will get a real-time update from the database without refreshing the screen. Now there is a quick thing that we need to add. As you know that we are tracking all the users credit, right? And if the user credit reaches to 0, it means we are not allowing user to create any more videos. So simply on the click of this generate video, I am going to add an if condition. So here we'll say if the user dot credits is less than equal to 0, okay, and we already have the user information which we are fetching from the use auth context. If it's less than equal to 0, then we are going to show a toast message saying please add more credits. Okay, and then save it. Now whenever from, and make sure to return as well, and whenever from next time the user reaches to credit 0, then on the click of this generate video it will ask you to add more credits. Same thing you need to do on the click of this generate script button. Okay, so I will just copy this from here and then I will paste inside the generate script button, so that we have under the component and under the topic. So over here I will add it. Now if you don't have the user information, just use this as context. I will copy from here and make sure to paste it, so you will get the user information and then save it. So make sure to add it, otherwise user will create unlimited videos. Okay, and you need to add this restriction. Now we have all the information which we needed to generate the video. As all the video content we already save in the database, and on the click of any of this video from the dashboard, we want to redirect it to the new screen where we are going to play our video. And on the right hand side, if you see, we have some basic information about the video like script, project title, video style which user selected, right? But in order to use all the generated content, in order to generate this video, we are going to use a library called Remotion. Remotion is a React based library to generate the video programmatically, and it's very easy to integrate, and I already created a couple of video with the help of Remotion. Okay, and if you are new to the Remotion, don't worry, you don't need to watch my previous video, because in this particular video as well I am going to tell you how to use it and how to integrate into your application. So simply click on the remotion.dev or go to the remotion.dev, And over here we'll go to the documentation. Now the documentation about the Remotion is quite rich, and again most important, it's free to use as well. Okay, library don't have any free trial or something like that. It's completely free to use. Now second thing, that go to the installation step, and here you can create a video or project with this command, but we already have the project created. So here we have an option called installation in existing project. Now first thing, you need to copy this all the command, go back to your project, and inside here we'll paste it. So it will install the Remotion along with the Remotion CLI. Now Remotion also provide the studio which you can run locally. That also we are going to see next. Next thing, we need to create a folder called Remotion, and inside that we need to add that composition.tsx file. Now I'm going to explain each and every details and files as well, but let's follow these steps. So we'll go to the root directory, and inside the root directory we'll create a folder called Remotion. Now spelling need to be same, okay, and inside that we'll create a composition.jsx file, as we are using JavaScript, and I'm going to simply paste this code. Okay, next we need to create a new file called root.jsx, and inside that we need to paste all of this content. So copy everything as it is, and here we'll say root.jsx, and we'll paste this content. Now we are using JavaScript, so you don't need to provide this type, and also I will just make sure the composition importing correctly and then save it. Oh my bad, I think this needs to be imported. Okay, next we need to add the index.ts or js file, and inside that we need to add this line of code. And that's all. Here I will also make sure it's just a JS and not JSX. Okay, so I just want to follow the whatever they mention in the documentation. Now once you set up everything, let me explain you each of the file. So first thing, this is the index.js file, which is the starting point of your Remotion application. Now once you add it, you don't need to touch any time. Then we have this root.jsx, and inside this is the composition, which is nothing but your screen you can consider, and here inside the my composition, so whatever the content you want to show, you will put inside this composition. If you want to show image, you want to show text, whatever you want to show, you can put inside this composition. And inside this root, you will mention the duration of your video, the frame per second, and width and height of your screen. Okay, so this is about the composition, but make sure inside the my composition we need to put all the content together. Now next thing, as I told you that you can run the studio locally, so simply copy this command and paste it inside your terminal, but make sure here you will change the index.ts. Instead of index.ts, you just add index.js, because that's the file we created, and then click enter. Once you enter it, it will open the port localhost 3001, and here is the default composition. Now obviously here whenever you make a new composition, you can even track it, and this is the studio where you will see all the timeline. Obviously you can run the video. Also you have option to render this video, means you can download this video locally in your local machine. Next thing, this is the command. If you want to render the video, right, you can directly render using this command, and that's all about the setting up the Remotion. Now this particular studio we are only going to use on development purpose, right? We are not going to put this in a production mode, because this is used for internal purpose only. But if you want to customize, you want to give a user more flexibility, then definitely you can also put this in a production mode. Next, we're gonna learn how can we put all our content which we generated into this Remotion composition, so that we can even play the video. Okay, And also just go to the documentation, I will definitely suggest you, and here you can explore more thing inside this. Okay, there are a lot of things you can find it out, and they also have the lot of examples. Now next thing, learn about the player. Obviously in the next chapter I'm going to tell you why and where this player use. Okay, so yeah, that's all. Now on the click of the video, we want to navigate to the new screen, and on that screen, as I told you before, that we want to show the video player where user can play the video, and on the right hand side some video basic information. So let's go back to our VS Code, and inside this main we'll create a new route called play video, and inside that we'll again create a dynamic route by providing or adding this video ID as a folder name, and inside this we'll create a page.jsx file. Let's add a default template, and here we'll say play video. Now inside this we need to divide this into two columns, so we'll add two div over here, and for this div we'll add a class name. We'll make it grid column 1 for the smaller screen, and for the medium screen we'll add grid column 2. We'll also give gap to 10 and then save it. Here we want to show a Remotion player in order to play the video, and on the second column we'll show video information. Okay, now before that let's go to our dashboard, okay, where we have this video list, and on the click of the video list we want to navigate it, right? So basically for this particular div, or you can wrap this in a link tag directly, so with the h reference, and we'll navigate to the play video screen. But along with that one we also want to pass the video ID, so here we'll say video underscore ID and then close this tag. Now make sure to pass this. I will remove from here and will pass to this particular link and then save it. Now if I refresh this screen and click on any of this video, okay, it should navigate to the new screen, and if you see the route now it has a play video and the video ID, right? Perfect. Now on this screen let's go back to this page.jsx, and we'll create a new component called Remotion player and the video information as well. So under this play video we'll create a new folder called components, and inside that we'll create Remotion player.jsx file. Let's add a default template, and then we'll also create a new component called video info.jsx, or you can say video meta. Okay, let's save this one, and once you create these two components, let's add it here. So here we'll add a Remotion player component, and other is video info. Now if I go back, now these are the two components rendering on the screen. Now on the Remotion player we want to render our video, and for that one, as I told you in the beginning, that we are going to use a player from the Remotion. Okay, and this is the simple example that how to use this Remotion player. It's quite easy and very straightforward. So let's copy this import statement from the Remotion player and go to the Remotion player. We'll import that and simply we'll copy this example. Now over here inside the player we are going to provide our own component, and on that component we are going to show all our content like caption, images and everything. That component we need to create. Then the duration in frame is nothing but the how long your video will be. Now right now it's hard coded, but depends on the length of our script and video, we need to update this. Then this is the width and height of the video. Now for the short video we need to change this height and width, so we'll change this to 720 by 1280, and this is the frame per second, so this is the default one, we'll keep as it is and then save it. Now we don't have this component called my video, so we'll create a new component under this component folder inside the app directory because we want to share that. Okay, so we'll create a new component called Remotion
composition.jsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now this Remotion composition will import it over here and save. Now here we need to pass some information about our video data. So inside the page.jsx we are going to fetch it here. Later on we also might need to fetch inside the Remotion composition directly, but we'll see later on. So inside the play video we'll add a constant get video data by id and the arrow function. Now we already have the video id, okay, so this video id we need to fetch it. So right now we have an error. Obviously we need to make this component as a client, and let's go back over here. Now inside the page.jsx we already have the method, so we'll use constant convex is equal to use convex, and then we want to fetch it. So we'll say result is equal to await convex dot query api dot video data dot get video by id, and inside that we need to pass a video id from the params. So here we'll define a constant video id is equal to use params. Okay, now from the parameter we'll get the video id, and this video id we are going to pass. Let's make this async, and then we'll get the result. Now this result we need to save in one state. So here we'll say video data comma set video data is equal to use state, and simply we'll say set video data with the result. Now this get video data by id we need to call this inside the use effect whenever the video id information available. Okay, and then here we'll say video id and get video data by id. Let's save everything, and if I go back, okay, so here we use effect. So let's make this component as a client one, and if I go back to the inspect panel inside the console, you will see we have, okay, so this is the different one. Let me refresh it again, and let me see the line number that we were printing, which is 23, and on line 23 we have the video data. See, okay, this is page dx 23, and then we have all the information. Perfect. Now after this we need to pass this video data to this Remotion player. So here we'll say video data as video data, and then inside the Remotion player we'll get it as a video data. Now also from this video data we also want to pass to this Remotion composition. So simply this particular player has a field called input props. Okay, and this input prop help us to pass whatever the input we want to send to this particular component, and also you can get the data from that component. So here we'll simply say video data as video data. Okay, and for the player you can also enable some control where you can play pause by providing the control. And now if I refresh the screen, right now obviously nothing is showing on the screen. Okay, but if I scroll down little bit, here we have the player. Okay, right now obviously if you see the player is not working. And one more thing that I need to clarify, that this 120 is nothing but the depend on the frame per second, right? So in this case for 120 divided by 30, which is 4 seconds. Okay, so that quick thing. Also I'm going to provide some style to this player. You can add your own height and screen in order to display. So here we'll add a width, let's say 25 vertical width, and then height as 70 vertical height. And this is the composition with height is kind of resolution, so that's good. And if you see now it's perfectly showing on the screen. And right now only small text remotion composition is showing because that's what is inside this remotion composition. Now here accept the video data, okay, and then save it. Now after this, first thing we need to get the total duration of the frame so that we can update this duration in frame. So simply here depends on the caption, because we already have the list of caption, right? We are going to show the duration in the frame. So simply we'll say constant get duration frame is equal to and the arrow function, and inside that we'll say total duration is equal to, let's add it as a constant. Now obviously we need to get all the caption first. So here we have caption is equal to, and if you see let me go back to the inspect panel, and whatever the field we have, right? So over here these are the captions, so it is inside this caption.json. So here we say video data dot caption.json, and I think that's all. And from this one we'll simply say if captions of, so I just name as a captions, I will name it as a rename as a captions, if captions dot length -1 dot end, because we want to get the last element, and with the end value divided by 1000 into frame per second. Now in order to get this frame per second, it's very easy. So here we say frame per second using the video configuration. So we'll say use video config. It dynamically detect the configuration and from the remotion player. Okay, so actually we can call everything inside the remotion composition, okay, because there we need this one. So here we directly call inside this, and now we have this video config. I will import it, okay, and video data we already have. I think we are good on this case. And once we have everything, I will just save it, and then we'll set the duration frame as total duration. And this set duration frame I'm going to pass back here we'll set duration in frame to the remotion player. Okay, so here I will accept that, and simply inside this remotion player I will set that value so that we can update it over here. So we'll simply say constant duration in frames comma set duration in frame is equal to use state, by default let's say 100, and that we are going to replace over here now. Now simply we'll say frame value and the arrow function, and here we'll say set duration in frame with a frame value. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. Now if you see I think that's still not correct. Okay, so maybe it's not calculating. Oh, so we forgot that we need to call this get duration in frame method, okay, before executing this. So maybe first let's call it inside the use effect, and whenever the video data is available, and we'll say get duration frame, and let's see. Okay, so here it's saying the duration frame prop must be integer, but got so okay, so over here I will remove this divide by 1000, and over here we'll convert this into a number. Also we'll make 2 fixed to 0 because we don't want a decimal, and also we'll add little bit extra time. And now if I go back, if you see we have this 18 seconds of video. Okay, obviously later on we can verify this one, but for now we'll keep this as it is. Now after setting up the duration in the frame, now
we want to show the list of image. Now this is very important to understand. Let's go to this getting maybe inside the Remotion documentation, and inside the designing visual, right here you have a lot of different what we can call documentation information, where you will find how to display everything. Okay, now inside this absolute field, this is kind of div tag inside this particular player. Okay, and here you can show the image, but we want to show the sequence of image, right, one after other and so on. And if you see inside this particular example, you need to add a sequence, and inside that you need to display image, but inside the sequence you can mention when your image will start and how much, for how much duration, right? And these two value we need to calculate depends on our captions, as well as depends on our length of script and how many images we have. Okay, so let's do that as well. So basically first let's just follow the tutorial. Okay, this will be very helpful. First we'll simply say as absolute fill from the Remotion, and inside this absolute fill we'll use the image list. So I will just get this image list initially. So we'll say constant image list is equal to video data dot images. Okay, so from the video data we'll get the image list, and now we want to iterate. So we'll say image list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Now let's calculate the start time inside this. Okay, so we'll say constant start time is equal to, so whatever index we have, into get duration frame. Now here we need to return the value from the get duration frame, and then we'll say image list dot length. So that depends on the how many images inside this list we need to calculate. Now inside this get duration frame, right, we need to return a data. So we'll say return, we'll just copy everything as it is and into FPS. Okay, so we added this whatever the, okay, we already have the return, so we don't need to, we just say total duration. Okay, and we'll see index into get duration in frame divided by image list. And once we have the start time, then we'll simply say constant duration is equal to get duration frame. So this will be the total duration, and this is the start time. After that we'll simply inside this one we'll say return, because we want to display it now. And here we want to add a sequence, right, the sequence of image. So we'll say sequence. Now inside the sequence let's provide a key as an index, then from inside the from we provide a start time, and duration in frame we'll say get duration frame. Now after this inside this sequence we'll add absolute fill, and then we'll add an image tag. Now this image tag, if you see it, I'm importing from the Remotion. Okay, so it's similar like any other image tag, but you need to use this Remotion image tag. We'll add a source, and inside this source we'll add an item where we have the image. Then we'll give some style, we'll give a width of 100%, then height of 100%, and we'll say object fit as well as cover, so it will fill the complete area, and then save it. Now if I go back and boom, if you see we have the image playing, right, and boom, how cool, and all the images showing on the screen. So depends on the captions, depends on the length of our script. Now our images are rendering inside our player. How cool. Now after this one we also want to give some effect, right, so motion effect. So for that one I'm going to define the scale effect. Okay, so
obviously that you can find it on the Remotion provide a lot of different image, like you have these transitions, then the transform. Okay, and from the transform I'm going to use a scale effect. So if you see this scale effect we can use, but depends on the screen size and index and everything. So here we'll say scale, we'll add an index, and this interpolate we need to add from the Remotion, and inside this we'll simply add a frame. Now in order to get the frame value, right, we can get the current frame value directly. So whichever frame is running, that frame value we can get it using this use current frame hook. Okay, this hook is importing from the Remotion only, and once we get the frame value we're gonna pass to this inside the scale. Then we'll simply add a start time comma start time plus duration divided by 2. Now we need to give 3 basic value. Okay, and here we'll say start time plus duration. After this we have to pass index divided by 2 is equal to 0. If the index is a even number, then we are providing this particular effect. So it will start at 1, then 1.8, it will go to the zoom and then come back to 1 again. Okay, and otherwise we'll say zoom out. So 1.8 colon 1 colon 1. So over here, my bad. So here we'll say 1 again, and then 1.8 again. Okay, and the last we'll say extrapolation left clamp and extrapolation right clamp. Okay, so we can just remove the extra value, and now this scale property we are going to apply over here. So we'll say transform scale. So over here we'll say scale, and inside that we need to define the value. So we'll say scale of the current index. Okay, let's save it, and if I go back over here you will see that change. Now if I start playing, you will see this zoom effect. Okay, now depends on the current index value, it will go it will give the zoom in and zoom out effect. Cool, right? So similar way you can add more animation to your image. Now let's add audio for our video, and it's simplest way that you can add it. So simply just before this absolute fill I will add an audio, also this one from the Remotion. Make sure to import from the Remotion, okay, because otherwise audio also imported from the React, I believe. So make sure to import from the Remotion, and to this one you just need to provide a source property. Now we'll say video data dot audio URL. Now obviously this audio URL we already have inside our video data field. So if I go to this, okay, let me refresh the screen once, and if I scroll little bit up, we'll see this audio URL. Okay, so that audio URL we are going to pass. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I play this, we have an error about this. So let's see what's the issue. So it's saying audio requires a string source, but it got undefined. Okay, and okay, same error we have. So it's look like, okay, so spelling mistake. So here we'll say audio URL, and let me refresh it again. Still we have the same issue. So simply here obviously we'll make sure whenever video data is available, then only we'll render this audio. Okay, and let me keep inside this and we'll see. And if I play this,
Harry Potter, an
see,
orphan, discovers he's a
how
wizard
cool,
on his
right?
11th birthday. He enters Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
And it's totally aligned with the all our script
friends and learns to
and
control his
captions as well.
But a dark force threatens him, Lord Voldemort, who killed
I hope you can you are able to hear this. Okay, so it means our audio is working perfectly fine. Now it's time to display the most important part, which is the caption. Now for the caption
I'm going to add an absolute fill over here, or we can just keep one thing. We'll add an absolute fill like this, and I will put this outside. So I will add another absolute fill for the audio file, or we can keep outside as well like this. And here inside this absolute fill, we'll want to add a caption. So we'll inside the h2 tag, we want to get a caption one by one. Okay, so here I will define a constant get current caption. So depends on the word which user the audio is playing, right? So depend on that one we need to get. So here we'll say get current caption and the arrow function. Now inside that we'll say constant current time. Okay, so what is the current time? So here we'll say frame divided by 30, and then we'll get constant current caption is equal to captions dot find the item, will say, and then we'll say if current item is greater than equal to item dot start time, and current time is less than equal to item dot end time. Okay, now this particular will, what it will do, it will check the current time, and if the current time is greater than start time and is less than end time, then that word it will return. Okay, so that caption we get it, and so over here we'll say return current caption. Now if the current caption is there, obviously then we'll return the text from it, otherwise the empty string. So let me show you that. So if I go to the, okay, so let me go to the inspect panel, and inside the, let me refresh this once. So at the top we have these captions, right? And inside the caption, if you see, we have the start and end, and obviously we need to return the word. Okay, and so here we return the text, so it's supposed to be word, and otherwise everything is same. Now let's save this one, and this get current caption we need to call inside this h2 tag and save it. Now if I go back, so we have an error. So it's saying switch client rendering because server rendering cannot read a property of find. So I thought we already have on the client. Let's make this as a client. So that is not the issue. So right now it's saying caption.find cannot read property of undefined. So let's see why. So inside this caption, make sure to add this question mark. So it means otherwise we will not get any error. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I start playing,
Harry Potter and
so if you see this text or caption is showing at the top with a small, right? So obviously we need to add some style. So let's go back over here, and to this particular absolute field we'll add some style. So we'll say style, and inside that let's add a color white for now. I think that's already there. Then we'll say justify content as center of the screen. Then we'll say bottom to 50, and by default all the absolute field are the position as absolute. Okay, so let's add a height. We'll say height to 150, and we'll say text align the center. Okay,
Harry Potter and Orphan.
so right now if you see, it's over here.
He enters. Harry Potter.
Now after this we want to show this basic information as well. So let's go back, and inside this play video we already have this video info component, and to this we'll get the video data. Okay, in order to display some basic information. So over here, similar like the Remotion player, we'll pass this video data as well. And inside the video info, first thing we want to show this back button. So here we'll say inside the h, let's add in h2 tag only, and we'll say arrow left, and we'll say back to dashboard. Now for this one, we'll add a class name. We'll make flex gap of 2, item to be in the center. So that's how we have. Then we want to add the project name. So here we'll say project name, and we'll say video data dot title. Perfect. Let's give some margin from the top. So here say margin top to 5, and let me bring this everything in one div only. Then next we want to show the script. Okay, so over here we'll say in p tag, let's say script, and we'll say video data dot script. For this p tag, we'll add a class name. We'll say text is of gray, let's say 500. Perfect. Okay. Next, I'm going to add a class name. We'll make it flex and flex column, and we'll give gap, let's say 3. So automatically we have some space between all of this value. And after that, we also want to show the style of the video. Okay, so inside the h2 tag, we'll say video style, and then we'll provide a video data dot video style. See, and the last we want to show the button. Here we'll say export and download. Also along with that, I'm going to add a download icon button, something like this. See, and that's how our this information is ready. You can add a border to it. So here we'll say class name padding to 5, and let's add a border rounded XL. Perfect. So this error is saying the different component to locate in set state. I think you can ignore and just update this key property. So inside the Remotion player, right, we have this, we are rendering the inside the composition, we are rendering all the images, right? To that you can just add key as an index. It looks like we already added. Anyway, we can ignore because this error will not show once we deploy it. Okay, and that's little unknown error, but other than that we are good. Now on the click of this back to dashboard, make sure you are going to the dashboard screen. So basically for this one, right, you can wrap inside the link tag with h reference, and we'll say /dashboard. And if I click on this one, it will go to the dashboard screen, and now you can have different images as well.
Once upon a time lived.
Perfect. And you can obviously match with the script, everything will be same 100%. Okay, so until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, and I hope you understand everything. Okay, and if you have any question, you can ask me on the Discord channel. Now it's time to render our video so that user can download it on the local machine. Now currently we are just using the Remotion player in order to show the video, but in order to download it on your local machine, we need to render it on a cloud first. And for that one, Remotion provides a lot of different ways that you can render the video. The first is a Remotion Studio, where you need to run the Remotion Studio, but which is not efficient when you are in production mode, right? You cannot show the studio to the user to render it. And same thing, you can also use CLI to test it on your local machine, but it's not efficient in the production mode. You cannot run the CLI on the production mode. Okay. Another thing that you can use the AWS Lambda. and that's the recommendation from the Remotion that user can use the Remotion Lambda to render the video on the cloud. Okay. Another option is GitHub Action and then Google Cloud Run. Now between the AWS Lambda and a Google Cloud Run, I will select the Google Cloud Run because the setup with a Google Cloud Run is quite easy, and it's the Lambda function is little costlier than Google Cloud Run. So I will definitely prefer the Google Cloud Run. And in this particular course as well, we are going to set up with the Google Cloud Run. Okay. Now over here, if you scroll down a little bit, you have an option called Google Cloud. Okay, just click on this one and click on this setup. Now inside the setup, you need to first install the Google Cloud. So simply copy it and paste it inside your project. Next thing, after installing this Remotion Cloud Run inside your project, you need to create a new project inside the Google Cloud platform. So go to this Google Cloud, and if you are new to this one, so make sure to log in with a Gmail. It's a Gmail product, and once you are inside this Google Cloud platform, make sure to select the project. I already have some of the project, but here you have option to create a new project. Just click on that and give the project name. So here we'll say Remotion YouTube short production. Then select the billing account and then simply click create. Now in order to create the project with the Remotion and to run the cloud, you need to have the billing account enabled. Okay, they will not charge you until unless you use it, and it's very cheap, right? So make sure to add a billing account. Also I will make sure to select the project. After that, go to the billing, and inside the billing, make sure to link that billing account. Okay, that is very important. Otherwise, you cannot able to render your video on a cloud platform. Now, once it is enabled, the next step is you have to click on Cloud Shell. So this Cloud Shell, and it will open the Cloud Shell inside your Google Cloud Platform or Google Cloud Dashboard. Then copy this complete command, and that command you need to run inside this Cloud Shell. Okay. After running, you will see that it will ask you the next step. Okay. So you need to select the one to set up the project for Remotion Cloud, and then it will update all of the other thing. And second, also we need to enter afterwards to generate .env file. So I will select the one, then it will set up the cloud run for the Remotion. So we'll wait. Then next step, it will ask you, do you want to apply above plan? Say yes for that one as well. The next thing, I will just increase the size. Do you want to generate .env file for your code? Say yes for that one, and then it will generate the environment file. Now in order to read this file, there is a command called cat.env. Okay, so we'll just type cat.env, click enter, and then you will get this environment key. Just copy this, go to your .env file. Okay, so I will go to this .env or .local file. Rather I will make .env. Okay, and then paste it here. It doesn't matter, but make sure to paste and then save it. After this, don't forget to remove. So I will say remove.env and click enter. And that's all you need to do. Now next thing, we will check the permission, that whatever the permission we needed for the cloud run, right? We will check inside our application. So go to this application and simply run. So I will enter it, and if you see, everything is tick mark. It means everything is enabled. We have the proper permission for the storage bucket, cloud run, and everything. Perfect. That's what we need. Now next thing, you need to deploy the cloud run. Okay, so this is the command, and it will deploy the render video into your GCP project by executing the following command. So we'll copy this command, and inside your VS Code, we'll just enter it. And if you see, it start deploying the cloud run service for you. And here we go. If you see, our cloud run deployed successfully, and this is the service URL. Make sure to copy this service URL because this is very important and we need it. And simply I'm going to write GCP service URL and we'll paste it here inside this .env because we want this later on. I will save this one. Now after deploying the Cloud Run successfully, now it's time to deploy our site, and this is the command. So I will copy this command as it is, and here I will just paste it here, but make sure to give the site name. So here we will say AI YouTube short gen. Okay, then you need to give the path of your Remotion index file. Now in this case you need to remove the existing one, and then we'll give Remotion / index.js. Okay, so it's just JS, so give index.js and then click enter. Now it will deploy your site inside the Google Cloud bucket or storage bucket. Okay, and if you see it's uploading, they need to upload all of this information, and once it is uploaded, then you will get the URL of your deployed site, and boom, if you see now we have the serve URL on which you will see the Remotion Studio. Over here I will also save this one. Okay, and make sure to save. Now if I open this URL, okay, from the Google Cloud, nothing will display on the screen. That's it, just a blank our Remotion Studio, because inside our composition we don't have anything, right? So over here inside the root we don't have anything, the ID and everything is empty, right? That's completely fine because we just wanted to check that our site is getting set up. Next thing, you can render the video using CLI, okay, or using the Node.js, and obviously in order to add that functionality inside our application we need to integrate this code, but you can even test this out by running the CLI on your local machine through your terminal. So you can just add it here. So if you want to try, I will just copy this command, and obviously we need to update this command. So what I will do, I will just paste it here for now. Here you need to provide the site name, which is this one we just copied, and I will paste it over here. Then you need to provide the composition ID. Now this composition ID you will find inside the root, and we'll say video render as our composition ID, and then this composition ID I will replace over here, and then you need to use this Cloud Run URL. So copy this Cloud Run URL and paste this at the last, and then copy everything, go to your terminal. I will clear everything for now and click enter. Now once you click enter, it will start building your project and it will start rendering your project. Okay, now our project is quite small, so right now it's saying could not find the composition with the ID video render. That's because we made update locally, but we did not deploy update on the cloud, right? Initially the ID was empty, so we'll check with the ID empty. So let me, instead of passing this video render, right, we'll just pass it as a empty. I believe that's what it was. Okay, with the E capital, and then now we will run this and we'll see whether it's generating the output or not. And right now if you see, our video is getting rendered and it's showing 100% completed. Once it is rendered successfully, you will see this public URL. You can just open this URL, and for sure we will not see anything, just 2 seconds video, because that's how what we have, right? We don't have anything inside our root right now, but we'll update it in some moment. But this is very important that you are able to set up the Google Cloud in order to render your video. Now next we will learn how can we use our Remotion composition, okay, in order to render the actual video. Now the next step is to export our own video. So let's go back to our application, and then we'll go to the root. Let's go to our, let me search root.jsx, which is inside the Remotion, and here we're gonna change this ID. So we'll say YouTube short. Okay, now this will be our ID. Let's save this one, and we're gonna change this composition as well. So we are going to add our own Remotion composition, but you have to make sure you will give the absolute path. Okay, so it means you have to give path like this, and then Remotion composition. Okay, after that we need to provide some default input to this composition, because if you go to this Remotion composition, it will take it's taking video data and the duration in frame, right? And also we want to get rid of this duration frame. Okay, so I will just remove and I will comment this code over here and then save it. Now over here it has a value called default prop, and inside this default prop we need to provide a video data like this. Now we need to add some default value to this video data. Okay, so let's add that one. So if I go to the ingest function, right, and if I go over here, now this kind of data we want to send, so I will just add some dummy value over here. So for images, let's add some image over here, and for caption JSON we are going to add some default captions. Okay, so over here I will, so we are just getting this little bit of not little bit, but we are getting this caption JSON. Okay, and we'll paste it here. Now this is just for the demo purpose that we want. Okay, it's a default, so some default value we want, so that's the reason we added this caption JSON. And for the images as well, I'm putting this default image, some kind of default image. Now this video data I'm passing over here. Okay, next we need to calculate the duration in frame, and if you remember over here we already have the duration frame calculated. So I will just copy this and we'll paste it here, but make sure we already define this captions constant caption. Okay, so this is the actual path that we need to replace with the caption, something like this. Now we don't have FPS, but we know the FPS over here, so we'll just multiply it by 30, and then I will just wrap this, we'll say a number. Okay, and also again I will wrap it because we want to make this as a 2 fix to 0. Okay, so we'll get the exact value. Now save this one, and I will also check our, let me go back to our localhost 3001, and over here you will see the result. Okay, obviously it is 30 seconds video because its calculate depends on the how much caption you have. Okay, so if you don't want any caption, I will just remove the remaining one and I will just keep the some of the captions. Okay, so let's remove this and save this one, and now if you see we have only 10 seconds of video. I think that's pretty much we need it in order to test this scenario. Now after this one, let's go to this Remotion, and inside that the next thing that we need to do, render a video but with the help of programmatically. So select the Node.js, here we have the render media, and then you need to define this service. So copy this one, and then the question is where to keep this one. So inside this Remotion function we'll add this import statement, and after the, or maybe after this update database, we'll create a new step run. So here we say constant render video is equal to await step dot run. Inside that we'll say again render video, and then async arrow function. Now inside that we need to render the video. So let's copy this everything as it is. You don't need to make any changes over here. After that you need to copy this code and we'll paste it here. Now simply you need to provide the composition ID. So in our case, if I go to the root, now this will be our composition ID. Copy this and then paste it here. Now for now I'm not passing any input props, okay, but we will pass it later on. We don't need update render progress, I will remove that one as well, and at the last it will return the result dot public URL. Okay, now this public URL is nothing but our rendered video. I think that's all we needed. Okay, now I don't want to execute all of this because I don't want to spend my credits, right? So what I will do, I will just comment all of these steps like this. This is I'm doing only for testing purpose, and inside the return I will just return the render video URL. Okay, and then save it. Now whenever you make any changes to the root.jsx file, then you have to make sure that you will deploy these changes. So in order to deploy your changes, if you scroll down little bit up, right, here you will see the comment, right? When you update your Remotion code in the future, redeploy your site, and you have to pass the name as your site name. So obviously if you see this is my site name I'm passing, and if I click enter, now it will deploy your new changes. Okay, and now it's saying it's deployed successfully. One more thing we forgot. So inside the function we have this serve URL, right? And here we need to pass our URL, which is inside our .env file. So this serve URL you need to pass. So copy this one, and over here we'll say process.env.gcp serve URL, and then save it. Now let's test this out with our default value, right? Because we already have default value. So with that one we'll test this. Now basically we already written this line of code, right? So you basically need to execute or let's go over here inside our application, and you need to create a new video. Okay, so I will say test, we'll select the historical story, we'll generate the script first, and after that, after selecting, we'll select the style, we'll select the voice, some style, and then click generate video. Okay, now you might get error first time. Okay, if you did not get, then we are quite lucky, and if you say it's currently running, right, and our execution is still undergoing. Now it will take some time to render the video because you are rendering in the cloud, and that depends on the size of video. It will take some time to render the video. And if you see, our video is now ready. If I open this video on a new tab, you will see this video. How cool, right? And it's get rendered perfectly fine. Now, as we know that we are able to successfully render the video, right? Now it's time to pass our own video data, right? Now obviously in order to pass through this function, you have to pass all of these three parameters which we pass, right? But again, we'll do one more round of testing, and I'm going to copy this audio URL, caption, images, and inside the functions, inside this input process, because initially we passed as empty, now we'll pass some data. So over here we'll say video data, and then we'll paste this. Oh, sorry, so I think we missed something. So inside the video data, let me copy this and we'll paste it here. Perfect, right? Again, I'm going to test one more time, and just for the testing purpose, I'm going to add some random image. So I updated these images, and then inside the root, make sure to change this width and height, and make sure to deploy. Okay. So I just started running the new video, and currently if you see, it's running. Okay, so we'll wait to finish this execution, and we'll see whether our newly passed data is getting rendered or not. And if you see, our video is generated, and if you see in this case, it's totally a new video because I use a different image in order to verify that it's working perfectly fine. Now only thing that you need to change inside the function, that you need to enable. So whatever we comment we added, I will just uncomment everything. Then we have the render video logic, correct? And inside that we'll pass this generate audio file, because here from this one we'll get the URL. From the caption we'll get the actual caption, so here we'll say generate captions, and from the image, for the images I will say generate images. Okay, so these three necessary value now we are passing to our render method. Next, once we get the render video, right, we also want to update the database, because here we are updating with the existing value, but now we want to update this only this render video URL, right? We can call it as a download URL. So first thing, inside the schema file, so go to the schema because we need to add this new column, and inside the convex we have the schema. Here after the status I will just copy this same value, but here we'll change this to a download URL. Now I will make this optional and then save this one. Now once you save, you will see this new data will get added, sorry, new column will get added. So we'll see this one, download URL, right? Currently it's unset for all the record because this is newly added. But now once we add this, let's save it, and we'll add one more method over here. Okay, so we'll say constant update download URL is equal to await step dot run. Inside that we'll say update download URL and then async, and the arrow function I will just copy the same logic from here. Okay, so we'll get to know everything is good, just only thing that we need to do the pass the download URL. Okay, so over here I'm not sure because we have this method called update video record, right? And these are parameter we are taking. So here I'm also going to add download URL as a parameter. I will make this optional and is we of type string and save it. And now over here, along with this all the value, I will also add the download URL with the render video as a value. Perfect, right? And I think that's all we need to do. Now in the return for the particular function, I will keep the render video only, so I can check every time that I am getting the download URL or not. Let's save all together and then let's test this out. Now in this case we are expecting to get the download URL into our database, and this two URL, because I will just remove these two record because we did not run it completely, right? We commented some of the code. Now if I go to this create new video, here we'll say motivational video, and we'll select motivational story. We'll generate the script and we'll select this option, then we'll select the anime style. You can select the voice and the caption style and then click generate video. Now if you see it start generating the video. Inside the ingest you can track each of this function. Okay, now we'll wait to finish this. Now interesting part about this, if your video is completely ready, right, to view, but you are not able to download until and unless your render is complete, because render is still going on in the background. Okay, and if I open this one, you will see you can able to see this complete video. Now in the meantime, when our video is getting processed, right, over here we're gonna show this button disable and we'll give some message that your video is getting rendered. You have to wait in order to download the video. In meantime, the quick change we need to do. So if you remember, we just commented this set duration in frame, right? So we are not passing this anymore. So inside the Remotion player, we need to get rid of this duration in frame and we need to pass the similar logic which we passed to our root file, right? So if I go to this root.jsx, so I will just copy everything as it is, and same thing we need to pass to this Remotion player. So I will just go to this Remotion player and then we'll paste it here. Okay, now from the video data directly we'll get the information. Now we don't need this duration in frame, and now save this one. And if you see, in meantime it is completed and our video is ready to view. If I open this video in a new tab, you will see your video is now ready. Cool, right? So that's how you can export your video. And now also if I go back over here, I will open this. Okay, so it's saying that duration parameter, it must be integer but gotten NaN. So maybe we need to add a condition to. So here you can add a condition if it's available, then show this, otherwise show, let's say 200 seconds. Okay, and save it. And now we are good.
Imagine
See,
a tiny seed buried in
perfect, right? So I hope you understand this complete process. Now I will just verify that inside this download URL is not get updated somehow. So if you refresh this screen, the download URL is not updated with our own data, right? Because inside the functions, if I go to these functions, here we call this update download URL. I will just make sure from the ingest that function is run successfully. So it's look like it's run, but it's showing null value. That interesting. Okay, we'll figure it out why it's happened. Okay, but other than that, I hope you understand complete process of rendering the video. Okay, now only thing that we need to change this button, and on the click of that button we need to link the download URL. Okay, so that user can view the or download the particular video. And if the download URL is not available, then you can show some kind of different message that your video is getting rendered. So I created a new page called billing, and inside this billing page I added this basic layout where I am going to show the user current credits, and also user have option to buy more credits. So depends on how many credits user want, user have option to buy that. And the code is quite simple. Here at the top I am getting all the user credit using this use auth context, and then I'm just displaying that. Also at the top I created this credit plans where it's a list which contain the object and with the credits and the cost for each of them. And then simply I'm going to iterate that. Now in order to integrate with the payment gateway, we are going to use a PayPal payment gateway. Now PayPal payment gateway is free to use, and you can create an account on developer.portal.com, and you can even use this in a sandbox mode as well. Once you're done with the testing in the production mode, here you have option to change this to live mode as well, and then you can start collecting the money and taking the payment from the user. And this helps us to convert our application completely to a SaaS application. Now first thing, in order to integrate the PayPal payment gateway, you need to integrate or add this library called PayPal React PayPal JS library. So just copy this npm command. I will put the link in the description, and inside your terminal, so let me, here I will paste it, and then it will install the PayPal payment gateway. Now the integration is quite easy with it. Okay, so we'll do step by step. Now if you scroll down a little bit over here, after installing, you need to wrap your application inside this script provider. Okay, and then you need to provide the client ID. So first let's copy this one and simply go to our provider.js file. Okay, obviously you can add it inside your dashboard provider, but I will keep inside the provider.js file, and simply we'll wrap it like this. Okay, now after adding this, make sure to import this PayPal script provider from the React PayPal JS, and here you need to provide the client ID. Now in order to add a client ID, simply go to the PayPal dashboard, and if you scroll over here, you'll find an option called API credential. Just click on that one. If you don't have an account, then create a new account, and then you need to copy this client ID. Now go to this environment file and simply add the client ID over here. So here we'll say next_public PayPal client ID and we'll paste it here. Now I will copy this environment variable and simply we'll add it here using process.env.next public PayPal client ID. That's all. Let's save this one, and then simply you need to add a PayPal button. So if you scroll down here, you need to add this PayPal button. Okay, now obviously there are a lot of things that you can configure with that one, but simply right now we are just going to add the PayPal payment button over here. Okay, so this is the easiest way that you can do it. So instead of this button, now we'll add the PayPal button and make sure to import this PayPal button and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh the screen, and here it replaces with the PayPal button, right? Now on the click of this PayPal button, it will open the PayPal gateway. Okay, and you have option to pay with the PayPal, or you can have option to pay with the credit or debit card. But over here the amount is not correct. Okay, obviously whenever you click on this any of this button, right, we need to create a new order with a unique ID. So in order to do that, let's go back to our code, and inside this page.jsx over here we'll add on approve method. So here we'll say on approve. Now on approve means once our payment is successful, we are going to call a method called on payment success, and this method I'm going to define over here. Now inside this method we're gonna save user credits, means we're gonna update it actually. Okay, and after that we are also going to add an on cancel as well. So on cancel, let's do just console it. Okay, cancel. And the most important here, we need to create an order. Now in order to create an order, it will take two parameter data and actions, the arrow function, and inside that we'll say return action dot order dot create, and inside this we'll say purchase units. Now you need to provide the purchase unit and some basic information. So let's say the amount, inside that we'll say a value and whatever the value user select, right? Now in this case the value will be this plan dot cost. Okay, after that you need to provide the currency code. Now I'm going to add as a USD as a default currency, but you have option to add the currency which you want to add. Like if you are Indian, then make sure to add INR. And after this, that's all you need to do. Okay, now let's save everything and let's test this out. So after refreshing, let's get this $5. So if I click on it, and we'll pay with the debit or credit card, and now in this case you will see the amount $5. How cool, right? Now after this, before completing all the transaction, I will just open the inspect panel, and inside the console you will see that we cancel the payment. That's why it's showing the cancel button. Okay, but and on this cancel we are not doing anything, but you can show the toast message as well. So we already have the toast message. If you don't have, make sure to install that component from the ShadCM. Here we'll say payment cancel. Now another thing on the payment success, we want to update the user's credit, right? Now over here you can send two important values. So on payment success you can say a plan dot cost. Okay, so that we'll get to know which plan user buy, and along with that the credits. So plan dot credits. Now this credits is most important actually. So here we'll say cost comma credits, and we are already have the user information, so that we can directly update the user data. So now in order to update the user credit, simply go to the users function inside the Convex, and here we need to write an update method. So here we say constant export constant update user credits is equal to mutation, because we want to update it, and this will take an arguments as UID. Okay, now here we'll say arguments sorry, not argument, but v dot id of users. After that, we'll add a handler async with ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Inside here, we'll say await ctx.db.patch, and then you need to provide the id. Okay, so we'll simply add arguments.uid and then value which you want to update. So in this case, we'll say credits, and we'll just okay, we also need a credits as arguments. So here we'll say credits as well, and which is of type number, and then here we'll say arguments dot credits. Now once the credits are updated, that's all you need to do. If you want to return the value, you can return. So here we'll say constant result equal to, and then in return we'll say result only. That's all. Okay, so that's how you can update the user's credit. Now inside the page.jsx, here first we'll define the mutation. We'll say update user credits is equal to use mutation. Inside here we'll say api dot users dot update user credits, and then we'll say constant result is equal to await update user credits, and inside that we just need to provide the arguments. So first is the user id. Now this user id will get it from the users underscore id, and then credits. So in this case we'll say number, and from the user we already have the credits, right, plus the credits. So this particular credits we add it, right? Basically if user already have let's say user already have 10 credits, but user also buy 50 more, so in this case it will be 10 plus 50, and here we'll make this async. Perfect, right? And I think that's all. I will just make sure this is a number also. Okay, and once we have the result, if you want, you can just console the result and make sure to update the. So here I will add a set user. Okay, so basically we are also updating the context. Okay, otherwise user have to refresh the screen, and you have to make sure inside the provider, right, here we define the user and set user, but also make sure to pass the set user so that you can update it from anywhere. So over here I will, or not here, inside the page.jsx I will just say set user the previous value, and we'll say all the previous fields along with the credits, and new credit will be this one. Perfect. And if you want, you can write the toast message saying credits added, and then save it. Now let's test this complete scenario. Now let's add the 50 more credits. So I already have 75, so I will add 50 more. And as you are on the sandbox mode, you also have the PayPal test cards. Okay, so just search PayPal test card. So here for testing you will find some basic or some default card, right? You can use that one. Now so I will just, okay, so this is our window. So we'll say pay with a debit and credit card. I will add default name, number and everything. Now here I added all the details. Okay, and then we'll say pay now. Okay, so it is just adjusting my address, and we'll say continue, and if you see it's saying credits added. Cool, right? And here not only that, but here you'll see the credits increases now to 125, because before we have the 75 credits, right? Now it changes to 125, and that's how easily you added the credits to your account with the help of PayPal payment gateway. Now inside the PayPal dashboard as well, under the API call, you will see that just now we made this payment, right? And this is the amount that we made it, and it went successful. So that's how you can do it. It's very easy, guys, and with the PayPal payment gateway, I think it's available throughout the world. So if you are in any country, you can able to integrate this very easily. Now it's time to deploy our application to the production. And in order to deploy, we are going to use a GitHub, and then we're going to connect GitHub to our Vercel. Vercel is free to use, so we are going to deploy for free on a Vercel. But we also need to make sure when we deploy our application to production, we have to deploy the front end, which is our Next.js React app. Then after that, we have to make sure to deploy the database, which is the Convex, into the production mode. And the last, we need to deploy the Inngest as well into the production mode. And in this particular chapter, I'm going to show you step by step in order to deploy complete application along with the Convex and Inngest in a production mode. So first thing, let's go to the GitHub, and here you're gonna create a new repo. So if you don't have an account, just create a new account. You can use GitHub, Bitbucket or GitLab, it's up to you. Then give the repo name. So here we'll say AI YouTube short video generator. Okay, then you can select the whether you want to keep this repo public or private, and then simply create repo. Once you create the repository, you need to set the origin. So simply copy this command, and then inside the terminal we'll paste it here. So here, let me close this. We'll add this remote origin. Then make sure to initialize. If you don't have initialized before, then we'll say git add. So it will add all the changes. Then we'll say git commit, and we'll say initial commit. You can give the commit message, and then we're gonna simply push this. Okay. Now if you are pushing this first time, then push it with this command. So just copy this and paste it here, and if you see, now all the changes are pushing to the GitHub. Now once it pushed successfully, you can just refresh your repo, and here you will see the changes which you just pushed. Now next thing, let's go to the Vercel, and on a Vercel, if you don't have an account, create a new one, and then here you have option to add a new project. Inside here, you need to connect your GitHub repo, and then you will see the latest one at the top. Make sure to import that. After importing, you can give the project name, and then it automatically detect the framework. And most important part, you need to do inside the environment variable, you need to paste all the environment keys. So from this .env file, we'll copy all this environment key and simply paste it. Now it will automatically assign each and everything. Then again, we have some more. So inside this .env.local, I will just copy everything and we'll paste it here. Okay, perfect. Also, now along with this one, we are also going to deploy and publish our Convex. Okay, so simply in order to follow, just type Convex production deployment. We say Convex production. So if you see, we have this link called deploying your app to production, and here we have option called hosting and deployment. Click on a Vercel, okay, because we are deploying on a Vercel. Here we already have everything, but in this section we need to override the build command. You need to paste this build command called npx convex deploy and this particular command. So I will just copy this command. Then inside the Vercel, over here we have this build option. Now enable this, and I will replace with this particular build command. Okay. Next, if you scroll down, you need to set up a Convex deploy key, and inside the environment variable, if you go to the dashboard setting in the production, you can generate this production key, and that production key we need to save with this Convex deploy key as a environment variable name. So over here I will add this particular key and simply go to the Convex. Over here, let's go to the settings and make sure you will select this production. Okay, so at the top we have the development initially. Now you can switch to the production, and inside the production you will see you have option to generate the production deploy key. Here you can give the key, we'll say prod, save this one, and then this key you need to copy. Once you copy, just paste it here. Now I will go back to documentation, and simply now it's time to deploy your site. So just click on the deploy button. Now along with that also the front end will also get deployed. So we'll deploy this. Now after deploying the front end and the Convex, then we are going to deploy the Inngest. So we'll wait for that one. And if you see right now it's building our application. If you find any error, any issue, then just fix that one and just push that code again. And then it will automatically start deploying your application. So I will pause the video and we'll wait to finish this. And if you see, our application deployed successfully. How cool, right? Now we'll continue to the dashboard. Here inside the setting option, you have option to change the domain as well. You can even update the environment variable anytime. Okay. Inside the production, you will see this domain. Just click on it and boom. Now our application is live on this particular URL. I'm also gonna put the link in the description so you can just try this particular app as a free. Now next part, if I click on get started, you will see I'm not able to enable or I'm not able to see that pop-up to select the account. The reason is once you deploy your application to the production, inside the Firebase, you need to inform that this is the domain on which our production is live, right? So simply go to the Firebase and inside your project which you just created. So in this case, I will select this project and go to the authentication. Inside here, go to the setting and inside the setting you have option called authorize domain. Here simply add the domain and then click add, and that's all, right? Now once you add it, now you can just refresh and try this again. And if I click get started, boom, if you see, now you can able to select the account. Now once you log in, you will see you don't have anything because we are in the production mode, right? And in the production mode, we don't have any data except the user. Now inside the video data, we don't have. Obviously, you can create a new video by selecting all the option, and then once it generates, it will start developing. But still, we need to connect our Inngest so that it will work everything properly. In order to deploy the Inngest on Vercel, right, we need to integrate our application with the Inngest through the Vercel. So simply go to the inngest.com. Here, just sign in, okay, because initially we just run this Inngest locally, but in order to connect your production application to the Inngest, you need to sign in. Once you sign in, you will jump onto this dashboard. If you see, I'm running some couple of application already, okay, and everything will same. Here you will see the matrix, how many are run successfully, everything you were able to see. Cool, right? Now at the bottom you will see an option called integration. Just click on it. Now depends on the platform which you deploy, right, or which you put your application to the production mode. Just click on the manage. Now in this case I will say Vercel. Now make sure to connect your Vercel to this Inngest, okay, so you will see all your projects something like this. See, okay, so these are all the projects which I use. Now just search AI YouTube short gen, see, and I will click on this configuration button. Now right now it's saying the Vercel deployment protection might block syncing, okay, use the deployment protection key option to below to bypass. So here we'll enable this one. Then you will find this path where your Inngest API is, so we'll keep as it is. Now over here we are going to replace with the domain at the front. So this is our domain, right? So we'll copy this and simply I'm going to paste it here, and that's our Inngest API endpoint. Now in order to get this deployment protection key, right, you need to go to this learn more, and here you will find an steps to generate this, okay. So it's quite easy. Simply go to the Vercel, and on Vercel setting tab you will find that option called deployment protection. Here you need to create a new secret key. So just add, you can give the value. So we'll say Inngest production, okay, and we'll save this one. Okay, so over here, I don't know, and then just click save, okay, so you don't need to add anything, and here you will find this key. Just copy this key, then simply go back, and over here you need to paste it, okay, and then say save configuration. Now after this, we'll go to back. Okay, so let's go to the home screen now, and it's look like it's not sync yet, but if I go to this plus sync, right, so over here at the top we have the sync new app option, and over here let's sync, or you can add the URL as well. Okay, or here you have option to sync with the Vercel. So we'll go to the Vercel configuration again. That's where that is not synced, so we'll search it. Okay, so somehow it did not get saved. So over here we'll add the deployment protection key, and I think I will just copy this along with this path. Okay, I think everything is good. Let's save. So it's supposed to, it's not somehow working. Okay, so maybe some Vercel issue, but there is another option. So inside this app section, right, click on the sync new app, and again you have this option called sync manually. Right now our ingest, I already added this. Okay, so this API endpoint, and another thing that you need to do is you need to add this environment variable key with this value. So simply inside the Vercel we'll go to this environment variables, and over here we'll add the new key. Okay, so if you see over here we already have many of the keys, right. It look like, if you see, the ingest already added all of this. Maybe we need to deploy this application. Okay, so let's try to redeploy. So go to the deployment and simply we'll say redeploy. Okay, because we added the new changes, right, so that's the reason I think we need to redeploy our application, and we'll see whether it will get sync with this or not. If not, then obviously we'll sync manually. And if you see, after successful deployment, I'm able to see my app inside this Inngest dashboard. Cool, right? Not only that, but here you can see all the function related to that one, and obviously when you make some API call, our ingest will execute and everything will work as expected. Let's test this out. So inside the create new video, we'll add some title. We'll say motivational video. Then you can select the suggestion. We'll generate the script. After that, select the script, and then we'll select the style which you want. Okay, so I will select this cyberpunk. Then you can select the voice and then the heading, and we'll say generate video. Now if you see, our video start generating. Cool, right? And not only that, but here inside the ingest you can see that your ingest function is running, and this is in production mode. If you see, everything is executing so clearly. On the right hand side you have option to check the payload, and everything you will see in a live mode on the ingest production dashboard as well. If you see, our video is ready. Obviously on the right hand side I added this loading icon, because now it's getting rendered through the cloud using this our cloud run and the Remotion. So it will be ready in after some time, but in the meantime you can see
Painter once made a terrible mistake.
our video is now working as expected. So guys, that's all for this particular chapter. I hope you understand everything. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask me on my Discord channel. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, because if you want to see the video like this or any video like an AI web application, React Native application, then don't forget to subscribe. Follow me on my Instagram channel, and press notification bell icon so you will not miss any update.